We're going to get started. First order of business, our own city clerk, Maggie Burleson, turned 70 years old yesterday. Now, Maggie was the city clerk when I was a baby intern with the city. So when did you start with the city, Maggie? 1975. Wow. So I think you're the longest serving city clerk in the state of North Carolina, right? Yeah. So I wanted to ingratiate you to Maggie Burleson because she will also be your timekeeper tonight. So you can't get mad at her when she buzzes you out. All right, everybody, if you would take a moment and mute your cell phones. If you wanted to sign up to speak and didn't get a chance to already, if you'll just make your way back down those long stairs or the elevator, you can sign up at the desk in the lobby of the building. And then, if you would, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are not joined tonight by Councilwoman Shanika Smith, but we are thinking about her. Her family recently suffered a loss, and she will not be joining us tonight, but she will be back in August for our August meeting. Council, I need a motion to amend our agenda to add the McCormick Field item at the very end under new unfinished business to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved. This is Sage.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. So we will now move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion, questions, comments regarding the consent agenda?
Mayor, I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
This is Kim, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda, and I am slowly pulling up my list. If anyone has it in front of you, to tell me whether or not someone signed up to speak. Okay, thank you. I have it now. Thank you. Okay, tonight, as with all nights, you'll at City Council, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Although when we get to the Hawk Creek item, we'll talk about that. If there are enough folks, we may move that to 2 minutes. But normally under each item, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And you'll speak here at the podium, and Maggie will be taking care of the time, I think with her phone, right? You're going to do that? Yes. So the first person signed up to speak under the consent agenda is Welker Taylor. Oh, and you have all these people ceding their time to you. So is that supposed to be Charles Morales, not Charles? Yes, you're ceding your time, and Greta Ura and Raynor Andrulevich. Thank you. Okay. You'll have 10 minutes then.
Thank you. For anyone who doesn't know, my name is Welker Taylor. I'm the president of the Asheville Firefighters Association, the union representing about 90% of the Asheville firefighters, active Asheville firefighters. So I just wanted to take a chance, since there was a matter about compensation on the consent agenda, to briefly touch base. I haven't had the chance to attend a council meeting since you voted to pass the budget last month. So I wanted to start by saying how incredibly appreciative all Asheville firefighters are for your work. I know your job's a thankless one, and I also know that our advocacy to bring starting firefighter pay up increased your stress and workload. Even though we weren't able to get to the $18.25 per hour starting pay that we had pushed for, having a new firefighter's annual pay raise to just above $50,000 was a huge step. And I know it was because of you guys, because of your time and your energy and your compassion. I genuinely believe that you, as well as the city manager, The HR and finance directors and their staffs have Asheville firefighters' best interests in mind. And I'm really proud to work for the city and this council. If you remember anything from me talking tonight, let it be that. I did, though, want to take a brief moment to offer some clarity on a message I sent you guys last week. I know that the way our fire pay plan works is a little dense sometimes. It's confusing for me, and I'm living it. And while I've had the chance to check in with a few of you here and there, I wanted to give you a quick explanation and follow up since we're all in one place. It's kind of a rare thing. So as I mentioned in my letter last week, our new fire pay plan was just released. This is the document that outlines how all Asheville firefighters are paid. And the updated plan incorporated the new raise for starting firefighters, which was huge, great to see. What was concerning to me, though, and my fellow firefighters, was that compression, specifically the distance in between the 10 different ranks that are on the pay plan, had worsened. It worried all of us that a major component of the compensation plan that you all had adopted seemed to be missing. A quick aside on compression. Sorry for everyone in the crowd who doesn't care about this at all, but there's two types of compression. There's compression within ranks. So someone's a firefighter. They have a firefighter who's been serving a year longer, and they have a 2.5% gap between them to account for their seniority. There's also compression between ranks. So I'm a firefighter. I get promoted to lieutenant. I make a certain amount more. So two types of compression to keep in mind. So back near the beginning of this budget process, when we Asheville firefighters brought to you our original proposal to bring starting pay to $18.25 per hour, the finance director rightly pointed out a major flaw in our plan. The plan was that we offered worsened compression in the ranks of firefighter and senior firefighter. It worsened them by about 1% to 2%. That was an issue that we were well aware of when we were creating our proposal, but we saw it as a necessary sacrifice in hoping to significantly bring up starting pay, while at the same time keeping the cost of the city down. None of us wanted to worsen compression, and frankly, I caught quite a bit of flack from my more senior members of the local about it. But I stood by the decision because our focus was on our newest members who were struggling the most. We understood that bringing up pay to $18.25 per hour was a big ask, and that getting that done while also accounting for compression was most likely impossible. So leaving our highest members at the city manager's originally proposed 4.11% raise was a sacrifice that we were willing to make if it meant $18.25 for our new guys. Then, at June 6th agenda briefing, after several weeks of exploring all sorts of employee pay options, our finance director presented to you all an alternative proposal to address compensation. He pointed out that the new alternative regarding firefighter pay had two major pluses. It brought starting pay up to above $50,000 per year, and it avoided the major flaw of our original plan by not contributing to compression. This was a point that was stressed several times. By decreasing the starting pay amount from what we had originally proposed, finance had been able to create a compromise solution that took a large step toward getting us to a more competitive rate, albeit not nearly as much as we were asking, but in turn, it didn't worsen compression. That was the plan that was passed, and that was the plan that we firefighters were expecting when the new pay plan came out last week. What we got, though, was a plan that has the exact same flaw to nearly the exact same extent as my original proposal. The new fire pay plan worsens compression between all ranks all the way throughout the plan. Depending upon which ranks we look at, our compression gets worse anywhere between 0.4% all the way up to 1.8%. Or to put it another way, nearly the exact same amount of compression that the finance department had found unacceptable when looking at our original plan. So instead of, as the slide on June 11th said in the budget proposal, ensuring similar increases across all classifications on the fire pay plan to minimize compression and pay plan disruption, that was the quote, the new plan does the opposite. Firefighters at the top of the pay plan received a percentage increase that amounted to just slightly more than half of what firefighters received at the bottom. There's compression throughout, and what we ended up with is something that really didn't at all maintain the integrity of the pay plan like we were told. Unfortunately, because of these changes, the average Asheville firefighter will end up losing tens of thousands of dollars over the course of his or her career. Well, I'm not inside your heads, but I just really don't think that this new pay plan is what any of you had in mind when you adopted the budget last month. I attempted to give my input to staff during the creation of this new pay plan, but was asked to wait until the final product was rolled out. So that's what I'm doing now. It's important to all of us firefighters that I wanted to make sure you, our council, understood the details of our concerns. Personally, I feel like I've let my guys down on this. I sat through all the proposals in the budget process, and I made the decision to take our organization's foot off the gas at the end when we were pushing for $18.25 an hour. And I made that decision because the new pay plan, if it didn't worsen compression, meant so much to our more senior members. But now, with this new pay plan released, neither thing has happened. My younger guys don't have what we were hoping for, and my more senior guys don't have what I told them was going to happen for them. I'm not really sure where to turn next. All I do know is that I'm looking forward to working with everyone so that we can get back on track. And that's with a genuine and respectful heart. I hope we can get to a plan that honors the principles of the ones that were proposed to you and the ones that were passed by you. Thanks.
Thank you. Just following up on this issue, you and I talked earlier on the phone. It's a blur now. I think we actually talked yesterday. And I know that you all are going to set up a meeting to talk about this. This council voted for an aggressive pay increase for firefighters because it's well-deserved and needed, and it was actually the most significant pay increase in any department this last year. And I know we had challenges last year with how to roll out the pay plan in terms of the steps and basically the kind of level of detail that council doesn't typically get into other than voting for the budget. So I'm hopeful that we can, through staff, continue to work with you all and make sure this doesn't undermine what you're hoping to achieve. And we also know that next year we're going to be looking again to try to address pay for all of our employees, including fire. So, thank you. I'm just going to ask us to take a quick break, and we're going to vote in just a minute. So if we'll, thank you, sir. So go ahead and, yeah, we'll take a quick break. Powers that be that are filming this. So we're back in session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a moment of privilege because I've got a couple things on the agenda that are connected after hearing the public comment. I heard a pretty clear intention from this council that we were going to continue serious work around wage and compensation, and that we were going to start with our Policy and Finance Committee, which has been rescheduled for August. But I also later on the agenda see that we're considering the long-term obligation bonds for the bond package. And one of the things that came up during our wage and compensation conversation for city staff this past budget cycle was that we weren't going to consider one-time funds because we needed ongoing funds. And so when we're looking at the county tax reval, that's not a decision that the city council makes. But I really feel strongly, and I'm going to say it again later tonight, that we have to start with wage and compensation this year, and we need to start with policy and finance. And it seems like we have support and commitment for that conversation. So please do stay tuned. I know we have a lot of work to do in our community. Wages based on the cost of housing is how we're going to recruit and retain city staff that can provide the services our community deserves. And I know we all take that seriously.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, council, before we vote? All right. We have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Not that we don't appreciate the manager's reports. We don't have any tonight because we do have a very long agenda, so I appreciate that. I'm going to move into the public hearings portion of our agenda. The first item we have is a public hearing to consider the adoption of an ordinance designating the property known as the F.W. Woolworth Building located at 25 Haywood Street as a local historic landmark, and Alex Cole is here to speak to us about this.
I'm a member of the Planning and Urban Design team. I'm pleased to be here with you tonight to talk a little bit about the proposed landmark designation for the F.W. Woolworth Company building located just about a block down on Haywood Street. So I'm going to briefly go over some key takeaways for all of you. So local historic landmarks are properties that have special historic, prehistoric, architectural, and/or cultural significance. So just to give a handful of examples, think about the S&W cafeteria, the Asheville City Hall, the YMI, and then the last landmark you all designated, of course, was Walton Street Park back in 2022. So per state statute, the Historic Resources Commission of Asheville and Buncombe County is responsible for making recommendations on local historic landmark designations to you all, as well as the Buncombe County Board of Commissioners. A little history on the property. The F.W. Woolworth Company building was designed by noted local architect Henry Gaines, and who was a founding member of Six and Associates. It was constructed in 1939 and is a representative example of early 20th century Art Deco commercial style commercial architecture in downtown Asheville. It's also especially significant for its importance as a site of local civil rights protests and activism from the 1960s. And at their meeting in June, the HRC recommended unanimously in favor to you all for designating the Woolworth Building as the 51st local historic landmark in Asheville and Buncombe County. And then finally, one of the main purposes of local landmark designation is to ensure that the historic character of the property is maintained and preserved over time for future generations to enjoy. So what that means is that there's an extra layer of protection on the property where there's an extra design review step required to make sure that any proposed rehabilitation or work to the property is maintaining the historic character of the building. A presentation overview. I'm going to talk briefly about the process for landmark designation, and I'll give a little bit of background on how we got here for this particular application, and then touch on the historical overview, as well as effects of landmark designation, the board and commission recommendation, and then I'm, of course, happy to answer any questions if you all have any. So the process for landmark designation is laid out by state statute and then is subsequently duplicated in our relevant city ordinances. The first step in our process is a pre-application step where that's really our effort for staff and the HRC to help vet potential candidates for landmark designation. And the reason why we do that is there is a cost to pursuing a full landmark designation report and documenting all the history necessary to demonstrate the special significance. So we like to help people know on the front end if that's something that they should go to the trouble of pursuing or not. So then once we've received the full designation report, which is linked in my staff report, if you haven't read through it, it is a very thorough documentation of the architectural history of the property as well as the cultural and historical significance of the property. That we review that report and make any revisions with the applicant that need to be made, and then we forward it on to the State Historic Preservation Office for their review and comment. And then once the comments are back from the state, then we have scheduled a public hearing with the Historic Resources Commission for them to make their formal recommendation to you all. So briefly, we received the preliminary application back at the end of summer 2023. We then subsequently made our site visit with HRC members and PUD staff or planning staff to physically visit the site and learn a little bit more about its physical characteristics. We received the draft landmark designation report in January of this year, and then was subsequently submitted to the state in April. And as I mentioned at their meeting last month, the HRC held their public hearing to make their recommendation to you all, at which point there was a unanimous recommendation in favor of designating the Woolworth Building as a landmark. And then, of course, that brings us here today. So as I noted, the building was designed by architect Henry Gaines and was constructed in 1939. It is representative of Art Deco style commercial architecture in our downtown that we are obviously well known for here in Asheville. And it is significant as a site of local civil rights protests and activism in the 1960s. And it is actually noted as in the report as being the most intact site in downtown Asheville where these events took place. So some important effects of landmark designation. First and foremost, one of the main purposes is to recognize and honor the cultural and historical significance of the places that are important to us that allow us to tangibly connect to our unique historic legacy. Landmark designation also fulfills multiple goals and strategies identified in adopted plans, including the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan, the Downtown Master Plan, and the Historic Preservation Master Plan. I didn't include all of those in my slide, but they are all noted in my staff report. The designation would also support preservation of a place of special historical and cultural significance so that that legacy can be enjoyed for future generations or by future generations. And then lastly, as an incentive for designation, state statute provides that a property is eligible for a 50% annual property tax deferral that could be utilized for applicable rehabilitation projects or simple maintenance of the property over time. The HRC at their June 12th regular meeting recommended unanimously in favor, and so we are here today to ask the council to consider adoption of an ordinance designating the Woolworth Building as what would be the 51st local landmark we have here in Buncombe County. And so just a recap of my highlights that I went over with you, and I'm happy to go back over any of this in more detail or answer any questions if any of the council members have any.
I have a question. Will there be a marker or anything that recognizes the sit-ins?
You know, we do have, for our landmark program, we have little bronze plaques, but they just say Asheville Buncombe Historic Site. So before the meeting today, I actually was, of the information that you share with me, Councilwoman Mosley, about the Raleigh sit-ins, I was looking at the state civil rights trail marker program and thought that might be something that would be worthwhile pursuing, and we'd be happy to support that effort or even lead it. I think that would, because our sign doesn't have any contextual information, they're not really interpretive signs, they're just a marker. I think it would be more meaningful to have some kind of other marker that provides some more historical information for people passing by the property. The unfortunate thing is that there is a state marker, one of the other regular state markers there now. And as far as I understood from the state site, they wouldn't consider them to be placed in the same location. But I can reach out to the state and ask them kind of what their parameters are for both programs.
Because I do know for the Raleigh marker in the Oberlin neighborhood, the actual folks who participated in the sit-ins were consulted. And even though my dad was in Raleigh, I do know, and I saw in the paper today, Ms. Simmons, Mr. Ferguson is readily available. Might be a good opportunity to bring in the African American Heritage Commission too.
Yes,
Just a suggestion.
We would love that and would welcome, certainly their, help in navigating whatever kind of marker was desired by those, not, those who participated especially, but others in the community as well, as the best means to celebrate the history of the site. Thank you.
We're going to open the public hearing, and we have one person signed up to speak under this item, Jonathan Wainscott.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Wainscott, and to give a little bit more context for the historical significance of the sit-ins that happened at this Woolworth that we have here in Asheville was modeled after the Woolworth sit-ins that took place in Raleigh, and it was a protest technique, I suppose you could call it, that was developed by the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which one of the original founders of was Charles R. Mosley. His titles include Reverend, Doctor, husband and father, husband to Lou R. Mosley, father to Charles Jr. and to Antoinette Mosley. I believe he was actually arrested for participating in the sit-ins. You could say that he made good trouble, something for which I, find near and dear to my heart for people who have done that. So I just want to take a moment to recognize, say thank you to your father for what he did through you, and to mark that occasion. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Council, there is a suggested motion in the staff report. Do I have a motion to approve this item?
Yeah, if I can find it, hold on. I move to adopt the ordinance designating FW Woolworth Company Building as a local historic landmark as recommended by the Historic Resources Commission based on the special historic and cultural significance of the property and integrity of design, setting, workmanship, materials, feeling, and/or association of the property.
Sandra, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, moving right along on our public hearings agenda, the next public hearing item is a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution authorizing the submittal of the 2024-2025 Annual Action Plan for Community Development Block Grants and Home Investment Partnerships Program to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, budget amendment to adopt the fiscal year 2024-2025 Community Development Block Grant Fund budget in the amount of $1,303,034, and to adopt the Home Investment Partnership Program Fund budget in the amount of $1,011,026. And Nikki Reed is here to explain this item to us.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Nikki Reed. I'm the Director of the Community and Economic Development Department, here to present on the 2024-25 Annual Action Plan. And so key takeaways here. So each year, the Department of Housing and Urban Development provides the city with CDBG, that's Community Development Block Grant Funds, as well as home partnership funds, and that supports affordable housing, public services, economic development, and community improvements. And so this year, we work with the Housing and Community Development Committee to make recommendations around the awards for the CDBG program. That funding for a little over $1 million. The recommendation represents a total of 9 grants. That does include a community center project at Stevens Lee, and also set-asides for technical assistance working with agencies, as well as fair housing plus staff administration. And then each year we work with the Asheville Regional Housing Consortium. That's because we get those home funds in a block for Henderson, Buncombe, Transylvania, and Madison counties. And so we work collaboratively with those counties to look at awarding those funds. We have a little over $1 million. We have 1 award to present tonight, and then a set aside for future rental construction projects. I'll get into that in the slideshow. And then this public hearing is really our last step to submitting this plan to HUD. Okay, so a little just background on the funding cycle process. So we have 2 tracks here with CDBG and Home. You'll see that we opened the application for CDBG in January. That closed, and then staff did their review, and then we worked with HCD on developing those funding recommendations back in April. For the home funds, we opened the application in February of this year. That went for about a month, and then we reviewed the applications, and then just this month, we worked with the Home Consortium on the final funding recommendations with ARHC. I will note, too, that the other part of our submittal to HUD this year also includes a recapture policy, and we worked with the committee yesterday to get that approval. I nod at Councilwoman Sage Turner, because she's the chair of our Home Consortium and helped facilitate that conversation. So now for the annual action plan, we had a public meeting on May 30th to talk about these investments. Our public comment period is running now, where the annual action plan is online, and we advertise that for public comment, and then we're here tonight for the public meeting. The other part about how we make decisions around investments has to do with our consolidated plan. So this is something that HUD requires. We do this every 5 years. I want to highlight it because we're at the end of that plan. So we're going to start a new consolidated plan effort this fall. And again, we'll work with HCD and the Home Consortium to really refine that, as well as members of the public. So you'll see here that we have priorities, anything from new rental for households at 60% area median income, to preserving existing housing, to support services necessary for employment, et cetera. So these are the priorities that were set forth by the community back in 2020 in terms of how we should focus our resources. So with that, here are the recommendations. For public services, we have a 15% cap that is imposed by HUD, but you'll see we have representation from our area public service agencies, so the Spark Foundation, Pisgah Legal, On Track Financial, Homeward Bound, really serving in that space of meeting those goals through the services they provide. So that total for the public services there, $128,900. Now looking at our recommendations for the non-public service elements, you'll see Mountain BizWorks, Helpmate has 2 awards there, the Carolina Small Business Development Fund through Opportunity Asheville, Stevens Lee, so there's the community center earmark for public facilities, as well as line items for technical assistance and for housing education in our community, as well as our staff administration expense. So that rounds out our total for CDBG recommendations. And now I will flip to our home rental housing development. So again, with the Home Consortium's guidance, we awarded funding for Apple Ridge, which is a project in Henderson County. It has been awarded 9% tax credits, so it's ready to go with those 9% awards. It will serve 60 households, all at 60% area median income and below. It has funding also from the County of Henderson and the City of Hendersonville, so a really well-formed project that we're happy to recommend tonight. For the other affordable new construction activities that were proposed, we're going to wait until the LIHTC awards come out this fall to make that final determination. So to meet HUD's protocol, we're going to classify that as other affordable rental new construction activities, and then we'll work in partnership with the Home Consortium later this fall once those tax credit awards have been announced. A little bit on the recapture policy. So recapture, so really what this has to do with is the use of home funds for down payment assistance. That down payment assistance, of course, is used for single family homes, principal residents. It really is an opportunity for low-income home buyers to find the principal residence and to use a down payment for that. We, as the entity that manages this program, we have to establish a policy that really applies to recapture or resale, including what we do when the recapture is needed. So you'll see in that third bullet, the ARHC looked at a policy that set forth the framework to look at how that recapture of funds, whether it's through prepayment, a sale, or transfer of the home, how that is receipted back to to the participating jurisdiction. And then we also wanted to make sure that the program was flexible enough for our area down payment assistance providers to really see themselves in that policy, which is why we really wanted to expand that use to include a recapture of the original amount, but to also allow for shared appreciation. This model is used by some of our area nonprofits, so we want to make sure that our policies have flexibility to mirror those existing programs that we have in our community. So again, that's that last bullet. This policy will allow greater flexibility for those agencies to carry out down payment assistance in our community. So that's our key takeaways. That is it for my presentation. So happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the mayor.
Do you have any questions? Okay.
I can see lights, I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
you've got a question, shoot.
Not really a question, just a quick follow-up, because council, this is what we have been talking about with the down payments assistance that we couldn't get to launch. So just a big thank you to staff and to the Home Consortium for really setting up a subcommittee to kind of get into the weeds with it and sort through it, and also to reconcile some of the issues of the past and get new policies on the books to make it work. So I'm excited to see that down payment assistance can actually take a step forward. So just appreciation for the people that helped get it there. And council, it's been a long one on this, so I'm glad we're finally wrapping it up. I'm happy to make a motion.
I was about to say.
Yeah, let's do that. I've got it here. I move to adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of the fiscal year 2024-2025 annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorizing the city manager to sign all necessary documents to this effect, and a budget ordinance amendment to adopt the fiscal year 2024-2025 CDBG fund and home fund budgets.
Second?
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and I should have said I'm opening the public comment and I'm closing it because no one has signed up to speak under public comment. Council, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. All right, moving right along. We're now up to the general obligation bonds, which we're going to hear from Tony McDowell again about this exciting item. Okay, take it away, Tony.
Okay, let me get my presentation pulled up. Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council, Tony McDowell, Finance Director. The next item on your agenda, and it's several items tonight, we're going to discuss the 2024 GO bond referendum, and also have the public hearing tonight on that. So our key takeaways from tonight, this is the third of three actions that will bring forward a GO bond for the November 2024 ballot. At your last meeting on June 25th, you voted to set the public hearing for the GO bonds for tonight. So we'll start with the public hearing. There'll be a public hearing on each of the four GO bond categories, and that's required by state statute. The action tonight will also include you all voting to finalize placing the GO bond on the November 2024 ballot and confirming the amounts of each of the GO bond categories. Moving forward from here, the city's role will pivot to an information role. Staff will be providing information on the bond categories and information only. There's state law that prohibits city staff or elected officials from advocating from the bond referendum, and we want to remind everyone of that. And specifically, that state statute says that no public funds can pay for advocacy such as yard signs and billboards. And so what staff will do is we'll be working with outside groups such as the Chamber of Commerce to request assistance for bond advocacy. So those are our key takeaways for tonight. So just as a reminder, as we went through the budget process this year, we talked to you all a lot about our needs on the capital side of the budget. Our CIP, our capital improvement program, is a 5-year plan. It's funded primarily right now through something called limited obligation bond debt. And we allocate about $16 million annually from our general fund budget to support our CIP. Unfortunately, that amount of money does not allow us to meet all of our needs. And as a result, most of the projects that you all approved during the recent budget process for our CIP are primarily maintenance projects. So we are looking to add additional capacity to do more, and that one way to do that is through the general obligation bond referendum. So the timeline, as I said, you all have taken a couple of actions already to bring us to tonight. Tonight's action on the GO bond will be the public hearing. Again, you'll have 4 public hearings on each of the categories. After that, you will vote to adopt the final bond categories, the final bond amounts for each of those categories, and that will allow us to communicate to the Board of Elections to include this on the upcoming November referendum. The vote then will happen on November 5th. Assuming that the bonds or some of the bonds pass, we would then come back to you all on December 10th, and you all would adopt a resolution certifying and declaring the results of the bond referendum. We then have to wait a couple more months, and we go back to the Local Government Commission, the LGC. They also have to give approval as well. And once that's done in January or February of 2025, We would come back to you, we would adopt a budget amendment, and then staff could begin work on the projects that are a part of the GO bond. And then finally, as we go through next year's budget process, we'll discuss with you all tax rate adjustments that might be necessary to fund the bonds. And then ultimately, you all will vote in June of 2025 on a new tax rate that will include funding for the bonds. So the bond categories. So as we've discussed with you all at the previous meetings, staff is recommending, and the resolutions before you all tonight include 4 GO bond categories, each funded at $20 million. The first is affordable housing, transportation, parks and recreation, and public safety facilities, for a total bond package of $80 million. So what we're going to do over the next few slides is walk you all through some of the examples of types of projects that the community might see within each of these categories. So within the affordable housing category, as I mentioned, that would be $20 million. The focus of the projects in that category will be on implementing recommendations from the Asheville Affordable Housing Plan. That will include continued support for the Housing Trust Fund, contribution to an affordable housing acquisition fund, and I'm not going to read through all these bullets as we go through these slides, but these again are some examples of the types of expenditures you all will see us bringing forward as a part of the affordable housing plan. On the transportation side, again, $20 million there as well. The focus there would be on transportation improvement projects that are prioritized in the adopted GAP plan. This would likely include approximately $10 million for our annual street resurfacing programs, as well as about $10 million for new sidewalks, pedestrian and ADA improvements. And on the right side of this chart, we have a list of some of the potential projects that you all might see in that area. On the Parks and Recreation category, again, we would prioritize implementing projects that are outlined in the Recreate Asheville Plan Phase 1. Right now, we're anticipating about $9 million would go toward major center improvements. And again, there's a few examples listed there on the right, and about $11 million toward major existing park upgrades that include aquatic facility improvements, as well as some new facility projects. On the public safety side, again, $20 million. You all heard some presentations last year during the budget process about our needs on the facility side, particularly on the public safety facility side, through our comprehensive facility study. So we are looking at about $5 million toward maintenance and upgrades to existing facilities, and there's some example projects there on the right. And then land acquisition and facility upgrades of about $15 million, with the largest of those projects being the Oakley Civic Complex new construction, which would include a fire station and a police substation. And then finally, we wanted to highlight, this is not part of the GO bond vote that you all are taking tonight, but as we discuss next year's budget and come to you with the CIP next spring, staff is also going to be recommending, as a part of implementing some of the recommendations from the comprehensive facility study, that you all also consider adding $10 million to our general facility maintenance budget for public safety and non-public safety facilities. And this will allow us to augment that program. And again, we'll have more discussions with you all as we bring the budget to you next spring about this particular component. But this is not part of the GO bonds that you're going to be voting on tonight. So we did want to highlight right now what our estimates are in terms of how this might impact the average taxpayer in the city of Asheville. And we have to disclose this on the ballot. You all will see it as part of the resolutions that you all are considering tonight, what the individual tax impact would be for each of the 4 GO bond categories. We've tried to summarize it here. Right now, we are estimating that when you all do vote on the budget next year, that would require a 2.6 cent tax rate increase to pay the debt service on these bonds. And for the average residential taxpayer in Asheville, that would be about $110 extra in terms of property taxes each year. And then finally, if as we go through the budget process next year, if council would like to allocate another $10 million toward our regular facilities through the LOBS program, that would be an additional $12 per year for the average taxpayer. And then finally, as we move toward closing things out, we just wanted to remind you all again that this action aligns with your city council priorities and goals, specifically the priority of improve and maintain infrastructure and core services. And again, we've talked to you all a lot about this as we've gone through the budget process this year. So next steps from tonight, if council votes to approve these bond categories, again, we'll pivot toward an information campaign. The city manager's office, our community and public engagement team, finance and management services staff, and outside organizations will coordinate communication and engagement with the community leading up to the November vote. And this will include educational materials to inform the community about the bond referenda and the proposed projects, as well as presentations to key stakeholder groups, boards, commissions, and neighborhood associations. And then finally, we're back to the key takeaways. I won't go through all these again, but I will move on. I think that's actually my last slide, so I will turn it back over to the mayor for the first of the public hearings.
Thank you, Tony. That was great. One point of clarification. I did have a chance to meet along with Maggie Ullman with the chamber director yesterday, and I think she is going to try to make sure the chamber can help support us in this effort, but they haven't quite finalized that. They did help us last time, so we're hopeful for that again, as well as other community partners that can help us work on the advocacy piece of this. Council, any questions for Tony?
I do have a couple questions, but I'd like to wait till after the public hearing.
Okay, anyone else? All right, we're gonna open the public hearing. And speaking of community partners, our first speaker is David Nutter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm David Nutter, and as chairman of the Connect Buncombe Advocacy and Partnerships Committee, I'm here to express our full support for the city's 2024 general obligation bonds. As a nonprofit organization, we provide partial funding for and support the growth and positive impact of greenways, trails, and multimodal innovations in Buncombe County and the city of Asheville. We believe these investments are welcoming for all the people of our community, including, without prejudice, all people, residents, visitors, and businesses. We espouse greenways as social determinants of health for their huge public benefits in providing for all members and visitors to our city, for social diversity, equity, engagement, and inclusion, for preserving our beautiful mountain natural heritage, for physical and mental health, for friendliness and trust, and for relating to appropriate housing and community and economic development. We began our effort at the Highland Brewery Night Flight event. We talked with people about the bonds with the help of a large map showing the top 10 priority greenway projects for the city of Asheville from the close of the GAP plan. We found great enthusiasm. We will follow up during our Brewing for Greenways events and other engagement activities. The principles we recommend for these parts of the bonds include making a specific allocation for greenways and bikeways, stating the strategic necessity of leveraged funding from external sources in order to multiply the amount of local government funding at a high leverage ratio, stressing the importance of connectivity to create a greenway network well-fitted with forests, parks, roads, neighborhoods, transit, and waterways, and welcoming the need for partnerships with nonprofits, local, regional, and state groups, institutions, and businesses. We respect the needs for engagement, diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. We believe these facilities contribute to the best enlightened destiny for our community and its people. Thank you.
We're going for the enlightened destiny. I like that. Okay. Sally Grew. You're gonna just tell me forever how to say your last name.
It's Grau.
Grau.
Yes.
Grau. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Thank you for all of the hard work you do for our city and for your dedication to Asheville and its residents. My name is Sally Grau. I'm a mom of 2 Asheville City School students and a founding member of the Rebuild Malvern Hills Pool organization. I'm here today to thank you on behalf of West and East-West Asheville neighborhoods for your commitment to rebuilding Malvern Hills Pool with November's general obligation funds. We fully support the November 2024 GO bonds. I'm not a poet or a novelist, but I'm here to try to put into words what this public pool means to my kids, my neighbors, my community, and the many kids and families who use this pool every summer. Affordability, accessibility, friendship, community, fun, cooling off on a hot day, summer. Our community fabric is woven by the spaces we share: public schools, parks, libraries, and in the hot days of summer, swimming pools. These public spaces mean so much, not just because they are affordable and accessible, not only because they offer free access to information, recreation, the internet, and other programming, but because they bring us together. We see and greet our friends and neighbors. We make new friends. And with each hug, each high five, each hello, we build the fabric that makes our city the kind of place that people love to live, the kind of city where people know their neighbors, lend a hand, share a cup of sugar. Asheville residents have spoken again and again about the importance of this historic community gathering space. Our Change.org petition has 2,543 signatures. Rebuild Malvern Hills Pool yard signs are plentiful in the neighborhoods surrounding the park. Dozens of Rebuild supporters rallied outside of City Hall during the last meeting in their blue t-shirts. And our latest email campaign, launched last Thursday, has garnered 1,267 signatures in less than a week. Thank you for taking your time to understand this important historic pool and pool house and committing to rebuilding it with bond funds so it can bring joy and community to Asheville residents for another 90 years. The Rebuild team will make every effort to promote public awareness of the GO bond and ensure that it passes this November. Thank you.
And thank you in advance for all the work you're dedicated to doing around this bond initiative. And next we have Brooke Heaton.
Hello again. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Brooke Heaton, and I'm the proud resident of West Asheville and the father of an Asheville City Schools rising second grader. Thank you again for your service to our community and for taking on so many complex and very messy issues. Thank you especially for taking the time to listen to members of the community about Malvern Hills Pool. I know you've probably received a few emails about it. It's been a hot summer and it's getting hotter. As a parent of a 7-year-old who is home from school for the summer, I know how challenging summers can be for families trying to find fun kids' activities in the blistering sun on 90-degree days, and we've had a few of those this summer. Times are also getting hard for a lot of folks in the city, and recent changes here haven't always panned out so well for kids in Asheville. We've seen the loss of parks, schools, and kids' entertainment venues, while we've seen Asheville become a rising boomtown for hotels, breweries, and Airbnbs. In Asheville, public spaces like parks and pools and public programs like summer camps are a lifeline for working families. The summer camp and swim lessons that used to take place at Malvern Hills Pool are no longer taking place there or have been moved elsewhere this summer. The loss is badly felt. I sincerely hope that the parks bond funding will be used to rebuild Malvern Hills Pool, and I hope that one summer very soon, a summer that will undoubtedly be hotter, we will see this beloved historic place stand once again. I hope that we will see summer camps host kids at the pool once again, and perhaps we will even have the opportunity to expand on the affordable public programming that this city offers at Malvern Hills Pool in the future. For myself and a lot of kids, there's no better way to see our tax dollars at work than in the excited giggles of kids splashing in a public pool on a hot summer day. It's the sound of memories, friendship, and community. Let's rebuild Malvern Hills Pool. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I think before we have a motion, Councilwoman Roney, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it to 3 things. One, I just wanted to express appreciation for D. Tyrell McGirt and the Parks and Rec staff for the Recreate Asheville plan. If folks aren't following that yet, you should. I think it's a great tool for us to have as we enter into the bonds program. For transportation, I understand we have staff that are exploring tools for equity and transportation investments. I'm excited to see what that looks like. If we were to look back at the slide around transportation, we're unfortunately really vague on greenways. And I think we could strengthen the transportation bonds with an opportunity to get specific. We have legacy neighborhoods in our community that have been asking for greenway investment. The council received an email from the Burton Street community this week. It includes transportation investments for sidewalks, stormwater, parking, infrastructure for Parks and Rec, and the Smith Mill Creek Greenway, which was in their 2010 neighborhood plan. So 14 years of advocacy. So I do know that we have not been getting specific because we didn't want to overpromise and underdeliver. And at the same time, I think this is an area that we could strengthen the transportation bond. And I hope as we get the equity office analysis on this, we can talk about it again, because I'm prepared to support getting specific for Smith Mill Creek Greenway for Burton Street. And the last part about this, I wasn't under the impression that we had to vote for the long-term obligation bonds. That's why we have the public hearing on the 4. Is that correct?
I think I understand your question. Yes, so the statutory authorization around this particular vote for bond actually requires us to have a public hearing and a vote for each bond issuance. So we need to actually go through the exercise of opening and allowing the public hearing to then conclude, and then having a separate vote for all 4 individual bond issuance proposals.
But I think.
But the long-term
Council wants-
obligation bond is
she's talking
different.
about lobs and
Yes,
sobs.
to your second point, which had previously been on our consent agenda, it does require a vote. It does not require a public hearing.
Yeah, anytime we do lobs and sobs, that's the process, and we've done them several times with the water system and other, so that would be in the future, when it's time.
So,
for-
but we're talking about it today, and I know that we've been having this conversation kind of all looped together, and I still have a seriously big concern when the LOBs, long-term obligation bonds, not to be confused with these 4 GO bonds, before we talk about that next step that we're packaging together with this, I really think we have to prioritize wage and compensation. And I know we were presented today with how it fits into this whole package, but I do have concern about that. And I know we're not voting on it tonight, we're just discussing it, and the public is looking at it, so it's another opportunity for us to talk about the big picture.
Yeah, I think you're nicely forecasting what we'll need to be discussing as we enter the next budgeting cycle, to deal with pay and lobs and sobs and anything else that adds to our the bottom line in terms of the budget.
Thank you.
So what do we need? A motion for each and every, okay?
Motion I did have.
Yeah, do you have?
sorry.
And I should have sent this ahead of time, but I didn't. I'd sent an email asking about if any of these buildings where we're doing renovations that we'd have solar on top, because several of the proposals also have roof replacements, and it mentioned where it's feasible, and I was wondering if that's financially feasible or physically feasible, because I really would hate to get a brand new roof and not have solar panels on it.
I think that's all of the above, whether
Okay.
it's physically able to and whether we can financially, if it makes sense, we would do our best. You know, we are committed to sustainability.
Well, I guess that last part does make me, because we're signing checks to do a bunch of money, so we're saying it should be financially sustainable. So I feel like if there's not enough sun there, that's a different thing.
So with that, when we
But
had the
haven't
conversation
done
about.
all the detail analysis of all of the facilities, so that will be, well, I mean, we will be keeping you all informed and updated as we progress with the project. I hope you're able to hear me.
And I would offer, even though if we vote to approve these tonight, they go on the ballot and they get approved, as each project makes its way, it comes back to us for a vote. So it's not, you aren't just writing the check and you never see it again, and this is your only chance. So you'll be able to kind of weigh in again and again and again.
So that was the first question, and as you can tell, I'm interested in weighing in on that, among other things. The other is about kind of what that process looks like. As I review the way that the county laid this out, they have explicitly, this is the council subcommittee that will review the proposed projects. Here are the boards or commissions involved. And so I'm not expecting to see that tonight, but I really would love to see sometime soon, what will the project decision-making process be on who will be involved? If we could have that conversation coming along, that would be really great.
Absolutely, and that, I mean, we had to get to this point to have
Yeah.
the reality of, yes, we are going to have bonds, and now we will be digging into specifics about the process and committees and reviews and specific projects.
Looking forward to it.
And to be
Thank you.
fair, we've had quite a
Absolutely.
lot of overlap with the 2016 bonds and this council already being a part of implementing the back end of those bond projects. We have a different committee structure than the county does because they have just stood up only in the last few years, some subcommittees that are subject matter subcommittees. So, you know, again, we have a finance committee that might look at every one of these, but then we have public safety that might look at just whatever the case may be. But in other words, I don't anticipate we're reinventing the wheel in terms of our
Yeah.
review process.
Take my questions as just enthusiasm. It's just like you're saying,
hearing you.
you get to one point and
Right.
then you're almost over that line and you're far enough to go, well, what comes next? And so this is just me kind of foreshadowing some eagerness to really support us to expand our revenue so we can do good stuff for our city.
On the solar part, I know when we were having the work session around the bonds, I agree with you that we need to deliver, and I think we can get farther with our bond programs if we're partnering at every opportunity. Like if we were to partner with the county for like the Oakley facility. When we're establishing a use of land, if we can make the highest and best of use of land with partnership, then we would have more resources so that a financial barrier doesn't become the reason we can't fully deliver on solar.
All right, well, I would happily move to adopt the housing bond order without change or amendment and direct the clerk to publish a notice of adoption.
I closed the public.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did, we already heard public
Yeah.
comment, so.
We need to have 4 separate public
Yeah.
hearings.
Yeah, so
So you need to
I'm opening the public hearing, I'm closing the
housing.
public
for
hearing.
housing.
For housing. You're
I'm opening
closing
the
it.
public hearing.
And I'm making a motion to adopt the housing bond order without change or amendment and direct the clerk to publish a notice of adoption.
Do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Now we have transportation
I'm
bond.
opening the public hearing on transportation. I'm closing the public hearing on transportation.
I'm happy to keep motioning. Okay, to adopt the transportation bond order without change or amendment and direct the clerk to publish a notice of adoption.
Sandra, a second.
We have a second. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Parks.
I'm opening the public hearing regarding parks and recreation, and I'm closing the public hearing.
I motion to adopt the Parks and Recreation bond order without change or amendment and direct the clerk to publish a notice of adoption.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And public safety?
I'm opening the public comment on public safety, and I'm closing the public comment.
Okay, and I motion to adopt the public safety bond order without change or amendment and direct the clerk to publish a notice of adoption. Oh, and adoption of resolutions setting the special bond referendum and directing the publication of notice of a special bond referendum and notification of the Buncombe County Board of Elections.
Sandra, a second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good job. Okay, that concludes the GEO bond portion of our agenda.
And Mayor, if I could, just a debt of gratitude, we really, really appreciate you all's support. This was a lot of work on behalf of staff, and we really, really appreciate the feedback.
We thank
Thank you.
Tony, but he already fled the room.
He's already
Yeah.
fled the room.
Okay, we are now up to a public hearing to consider conditional zoning of 767 New Hawk Creek Road from RS4, single-family, medium density to residential expansion, conditional zone for the purpose of building 95 new single-family housing units. And we're going to hear from Sam Starbaum, but before we do, and based on the one groan I already heard, let me just recommend to you, audience, everyone, please hold their comments, their groans, their clapping, their cheers, any of that. Please just remain quiet while we hear the presentations. There will probably be questions from the council after the presentation of staff and the applicant. The applicant will then speak as is allowed for a conditional zoning application. And then we will open the public comment. And of course, everyone has signed up. If you haven't already signed up, you can make your way downstairs and sign up if you haven't. But we have folks that are signed up to speak. Now, we do have a couple of groups where people are ceding their time to one speaker, and that one speaker will be allowed 10 minutes. If you are ceding your time, I'll just call your name. You can raise your hand when it's time. And then you will not be allowed to speak because you're ceding your time, obviously. To try to squeeze everybody in, and we normally only allow 1 hour of public comment. However, that's not gonna cut the mustard here tonight. So what we're gonna do is allow speakers to speak, other than the 10-minute people, for 2 minutes to try to, in an effort to try to hear from everyone, so that no one leaves saying, well, I didn't get a chance to say my piece. So that'll be the run of show. And take it away, Sam, please.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of council. Again, for the record, my name is Sam Starr-Baum. I am a planner too, here with the City of Asheville Planning and Urban Design Department. And what we have before us today, I am pleased to finally bring you the petition for a rezoning to a conditional zoning to residential expansion at 767 New Haw Creek. I think you'll find that my presentation follows a format you're deeply familiar with. I'll start with some context and zoning maps to really paint a portrait of where we are. We'll then get into the future land use designation before taking a look at the applicant's submittal. Then we'll move on to technical modifications, the most recent conditions as of 3:28 p.m. this afternoon, and then some other process and living Asheville Comprehensive Plan elements before getting to the staff recommendation. So of course the question is, where are we in Asheville? We are in Haw Creek. You can see in the map on the left all of Asheville's jurisdiction. You can see in the gold sun shape, that is exactly where 767 New Haw Creek is, but generally that part of the Asheville jurisdiction that juts up is Haw Creek. It is generally understood to be from the Interstate Tunnel interchange to Gross Methodist Church. It should also be noted that while this is predominantly Haw Creek Community Association, Happy Valley is now the most recently registered neighborhood organization in this area. So there are a lot of divergent interests here today. And then of course on the map on the right, you have the actual site. This is a 27.05 acre site. It is bisected by New Haw Creek Road. And this image really gives good imagery for the mature canopy that exists on site that was such a focus of the neighborhood meetings and of the compromises that came together with the community and then the applicant. You can also see immediately to the south the Charlie Bowman Park and the ball fields. I will reference that throughout this presentation. Just for ease, I will start calling it 719 New Haw Creek, so I don't have to say Charlie Bowman, the ball fields, and the pool the whole time. So moving on, this is the existing and proposed zoning. This is in a C of RS4. RS4 is a residential single-family medium-density district. This is the predominant zoning, certainly moving further north. But in all of Haw Creek, in that area I showed you, there is also RM6, which you can see in Exhibit A on the lower left corner over here. And then also within a mile radius, you have RM16, which is the highest density zoning within the city of Asheville. And then to the right, you have Exhibit A1, which is the proposed zoning map. This is a conditional zoning, which will make this residential expansion that is seen there. This is really only to show, again, where this property is. It is only residential expansion. And everything else around it will still be RS4. And this brings us to a future land use designation. This is another useful map. This ties this to the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan. This is in a residential neighborhood future land use designation. What is a residential neighborhood? It is something that is historically developed following a single master plan. It has limited access points, and sidewalks are a priority here. They're located within residential neighborhoods to connect to major corridors. That is a priority, and that is pulled from page 346 of that comp plan. And here in residential neighborhoods, your density and intensity is going to approach about 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. 2 points for your consideration that are actually not on this slide, that is also in the comp plan, is that residential neighborhoods can benefit from housing diversity and a housing mix. And then the second thing too is that there is a list of appropriate zone districts for residential neighborhood land use designations, and that does include residential expansion. So let's take a look at the applicant's submittal. This is the most recently revised site plan. It looks a lot different than what was originally before the TRC or even most recently the Planning and Zoning Commission. And planning staff finds that this plan conforms with and meets the intent of that residential neighborhood future land use designation. This is not 95 units. This is down from the PZC. This is now 84 units. It is 49 single-family detached units on the east side, east of Hot Creek Road, and then on King Meadows Court, you will have 35 townhome lots. And the other change, of course, this comes off Sleepy Hollow Drive, which is part of that Happy Valley neighborhood, which is, again, the most recently recognized neighborhood organization. But this site plan has changed most substantially from Planning and Zoning Commission in terms of tree canopy preservation, which I will call shorthand TCP, and then also open space. So there are now 11 acres of open space. Open space, like TCP, and a final plat must be recorded with the Buncombe County Register of Deeds, and it must have a plat note that says this is preserved and maintained in perpetuity. And this is something that cannot be disturbed. That is new, and that is well above the 4.06 minimum required. And then you also have an increase in tree canopy preservation since you had last seen it. The requirement is for 15% preservation. That is well in excess of that on the east side where the single-family homes are. You have now 4.3 acres shown here. You can see in the darker green the areas that have been added to that TCP area since the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then on the west side you have 1.35. We are looking right now at 5.65 acres of tree canopy preservation, which is above 20% and again is well above the 15% that is required by code. And then of course sidewalks being a priority of a residential neighborhood can be seen here. It is not just sidewalks. These will also have on the east side, they'll have a 5-foot grass utility strip for separation from the road right-of-way and the road for pedestrian safety. It will have an 8-foot separation on the west side. And then most notably, this has a 12-foot multi-use path that will run from the north, which you can see here connecting to Sleepy Hollow Drive, all the way south through this property. And then it will connect to and through 719, again, which is those ball fields, and then connect to the city's Bell to Beverly Road sidewalk project, which then creates a tremendous amount of connectivity in Hot Creek, a place where there traditionally hasn't been any. It will not get you immediately to any transportation stops, but the eastbound 170 does have 6 stops in Hot Creek. The nearest to this would be Bethesda, so it is not just for recreation. It does become a safer place to walk to transportation. Again, the bus stop is not immediately along that sidewalk, but it is much closer, and it certainly provides a lot more sidewalk that existed previously. So again, just real quick, this is something that should be pointed out. We're not measuring this against RS4 standards. We're measuring this against residential expansion standards. This is 3.11 units per acre, which is below the maximum 20 units per acre. The lot size minimums do not meet the 3,500 square foot lot minimum, but that will be a technical modification as well with the townhome lots. I will talk about that in the next slide. And again, townhomes do not meet the side setbacks because attached townhomes don't have sides that are set back from and separated from other structures. So this brings us to revised conditions. This was a struggle I had in crafting this presentation for you all. I could have had at least 4 or 5 blocks of text here, just enumerating all the conditions and technical modifications. I don't think that's a useful amount of your time or mine. It is there in Exhibit E. I'll be happy to answer any questions. But these are more or less the most important and most recently revised conditions. Again, this is 84 new residential units, 49 single family, 35 townhome, down from 95. There is now a 4.3 acre tree canopy preservation area on the eastern portion of this site. A point that was raised at PZC, which is now embedded as a condition, is that the applicant will engage with the community partners to provide down payment assistance and education programs about down payment assistance. And then there will now be 2 rows of arborvitae, which are a screening evergreen, 2 rows of those, and will be 6 feet high at diameter breast height at time of planting, again, to provide separation for the community there to the west, and that will also be captured as a TCP area. And then lastly, the applicant is asking to amend that the conditional zoning will be valid for 5 years rather than 2 from the date of approval, with the building permits obtained within a 60-month period. And that failure to obtain the building permits within this time frame shall render this approval null and void. And then there is also a new affordable housing condition that came in on my way in, and it reads, 2 discounted townhome lots offered as pad ready for construction to area, habitat, or similar nonprofit affordable home ownership oriented developers, with intent that the nonprofits will build and bid the units and offer them for sale to qualified buyers as affordable housing, as that term is defined by Housing and Urban Design. And of course, the applicant can speak about that condition. Technically, they will be the one that will be entering into that. So that brings us to the conditions, and then there are just a few items that are technical modifications: the presence of the presence of townhomes, the sidewalk built along 719 New Hawk Creek, that there will be tree canopy preservation rather than the traditional type B required vegetative buffer, and that there will be no vegetative removal within that type B buffer along the properties, and that there will be a flashing crosswalk installed on the west side that would connect to that multi-use path to the east side, subject to NCDOT approval. And again, that is in Exhibit E, project conditions. And this is the review process that sort of brought us here. This was approved by the TRC February 5th, 2024, and then there was a 4-3 vote recommending approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission. There are the 6 conditions they approved it with. It is not verbatim. I would also be happy to discuss that with you as needed. But this does bring us to the comprehensive plan goals. We have seen the application, we have seen the context in which this lies with those maps, and then we had seen the process that got us here. So now we have a recommendation to be made, and we got this a lot in public feedback. What leads to a staff recommendation? How does staff make a recommendation, and what goes into this? And the answer is this: there is no one item with this application. There is no one silver bullet, but instead it is a preponderance of evidence that supports a recommendation of approval. And you see that here in the comprehensive plan goals, and you see that in the way that it conforms with and meets the intent of these goals, and then also that future land use designation of a residential neighborhood. So it is made Asheville more walkable, comfortable, and connected by those sidewalks and the multi-use path. You also see that it is building a resilient economy by increasing and diversifying the housing supply, and that is especially more true now with the newest affordable housing condition. And I know I am running short on time, but that just does bring us to our recommendation that staff concurs with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we do recommend approval of this project. So that is a lot of information and not a lot of time, and I know that there were certainly a tremendous amount of moving parts here, so I would be happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
But did Maggie keep you to 10 minutes?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah.
I have a very important question. Is everybody freezing, or are you okay?
Yes.
Yes, I am freezing. Okay, I'm just thank you for that. All right. Just a couple of questions. So one of the things that I hear about, especially around this proposal, is whether or not a road can sustain traffic, whether or not a bridge can handle the traffic, what issues around Hawk Creek Road, or flooding, stormwater, just site issues. And I think this can be, well, it's confusing for me, but we are here to hear the zoning request. And so we look at a site plan, we look at the number of units, we look at the green space, we look at those kinds of issues. But could you just speak a little bit about, well, who does enforce all of the technical issues that don't come to this council, like whether or not a bridge can handle traffic, or whether a road's been built to the right width, or whether the stormwater aspects of the project are satisfactory and meet the requirements?
Yes, I would be happy to answer that. I think that's a great question, and that is precisely why the initial technical review committee review happens prior to any legislative processes. This is a checklist from all the technical experts. You have transportation, you have public works, you have stormwater, you have grading, you have fire for emergency management. All of these experts get together and weigh in to see if this project can move forward. And this is something where there are strict standards that are measured against, which is what makes that commission quasi-judicial. And they are looking, of course, at traffic counts. A traffic count under the ITE is required if it is less, or if it is more than 100 peak hour trips. This does not meet that, and while HCCA did pay for their own independent traffic study, that number would actually go down now with fewer units at that 84. Stormwater, we have worked closely with Rick Ledford. They will be meeting stormwater detention, retention, and management at a higher coefficient to meet open space standards. And also, they will be working with any number of inspectors as this process goes through. So that covers a little bit of what we look at to make sure this can come to you and say that this meets all of those standards. There are rigorous inspection standards that would happen after this. Should this pass, this would go to a final TRC for reconciliation, making sure it's still meeting those standards. I know that there were some public comments about flooding. We have been working with Amy Deaton to address any concerns.
She is
Yeah, thank you.
with.
Interim Public Works Director.
Yeah. And I was working with her to allay those concerns, and we will get together and say that if you are to get final TRC, if you're going to get zoning approval, there are certain inspections that happen throughout the process. So this is not the last the city sees of this. This is just the last city council sees of this. There is a whole other end cycle that is engaged with for final TRC that is approximately a 2-year process and includes bi-weekly stormwater inspections. So it is, we are.
During the construction
During the
period.
construction phase, yes.
Can I ask a little follow-up on that? You mentioned a handful of different city departments who have different specialties involved. Does that also include our water utility and metropolitan sewer district? So anything that culminated at P&Z has already had the okay that there's enough water capacity? Okay, thank you.
That is a letter of commitment is required. That is actually, MSD does participate in TRC, and they are actually the first person to review this application. You do not even get to apply unless you have the letter of commitment from MSD.
I had one other, just at the outset, one of the other issues that's coming up quite a bit is the conditions of Hawk Creek Road itself. Now, of course, the city is finally working on a sidewalk project out there, but my understanding is Hawk Creek is a state-maintained road, correct?
That is correct. It is under NCDOT maintenance.
But the side streets, like if this project were to happen, these internal streets would be public city streets, city-maintained streets.
Not necessarily. They can also be privately maintained streets. There are other stricter standards that this application would have to meet if they were to be dedicated to the city. We have standards for that in our SSDMs. It is my bread and butter. I see a lot of major subdivisions as level 2s. The only reason this is not a level 2 is the number of units. And I will say this, I've seen any number and variety of public dedications for streets, low impact development streets, but that is something that will have to be worked out and reconciled in the TRC. But either way, even if it is a privately maintained street, it has to be built in such a way that it can withstand the weight of 75,000 pounds, which is the weight of a fire truck. So it will still meet Asheville standards, even if it is not publicly dedicated.
So it was my understanding the intention was to publicly dedicate these streets.
I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I have a brief question regarding, can you see me?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I'm over here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, like.
Yeah, sorry. Under revised conditions, number 19. That's the one where there's the validity, the length of time for the validity.
Yes.
Can you give me the how and the why the request is made to extend from, I guess, 24 months to 60 months? What's the reasoning behind that, please?
Yes, and I will provide an answer, and then I will lean on Brad to translate into legalese, but there is a statutory allowance for us to vary this. There are certain elements of land acquisition relating to this project that the city is not party to, and the applicant has expressed some concern that they will need more time to acquire the land for access from Sleepy Hollow Way. Of course, again, the city is not party to that, but we are saying that there are ways in which we can guarantee that this is substantially moving forward under these timelines. Now, this is not a condition that is necessarily unique to this application. This is something that I know that my colleague Wolf Palmquist has also seen with Acton Hill and others. This is, I think, I won't say a common, but certainly not an unheard of condition, just because there are other land entitlement processes that we are not involved in that also have to be worked out prior to start of construction. Does that answer it? Yeah, thank you, Council.
We're also seeing delays with other projects just around the community. A lot of it's related to financing, I think, so these 2-year terms aren't working out very well.
Yeah. We're getting, anecdotally, we're getting a lot of extension requests in PUD for that very reason.
I guess I'm wondering, do we really think 5 is enough?
I'll let the applicant speak to that if they propose that condition.
Because that does include both phases, right?
That is correct.
Though it's just shy, this is Kim.
Yeah.
Though it's just shy of the 6 acres originally advocated by the Hawk Creek Community Association, I am grateful for the work to preserve the tree canopy. It's a critical infrastructure part for, we know this for stormwater, for air quality, for heat island effect, and for quality of life. It's honestly been really difficult to get that condition nailed down, but so can you confirm we're talking about 5.65? Like I want us all working from the same sheet of music on this.
Yes, so that is one of the conditions that was added at 5:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time when I received it. That is number 9. So the project will have a minimum 4.3 acres. That will cover what is just on the east side. That will be there on the east side. That is not taking into consideration the 1.35 acres, which is shown here on the west side. So when you combine those two, you get 5.65 acres of canopy preservation. So I can confirm that is the correct number, and I will also let the applicant confirm that when they get up here as well.
Okay, this is just one example of, I know we were like uploading documents, and on Sunday I'm trying to look at it, but I'm getting multiple slides.
Yep.
So this is the kind of like, I know we have last minute negotiations, I hear that, but these are the kinds of last minute things that a neighborhood might be on the fence about and feel they might be closer to a yes if we had time to really talk about what we're really looking at. As I ask with every housing zoning decision, is this project including or committed to preparedness for renewable energy?
So I will let the applicant speak to that. But I do know it does not, nor has it been considered at this time. It may be. So it has been such a Leviathan effort to get this application before City Council. It has been continued a number of times that they have not even engaged in design services yet because they wanted to make sure that they had the appropriate land entitlements. So that is something that could be done. It would just be done at a later phase based on this project runway and how we got here.
Well, if anyone's following the news, it's not a new question on account of, I ask it every time.
Yeah, certainly, but this is.
Okay, I have a little list going here. We really need incentives and plans and goals for housing development on transit-dense corridors. That said, I did hear an acknowledgement that this is actually not on a transit corridor. It's 0.6 of a mile from the 170. So a few years back, we moved Hall Creek to the 170 off of, I think it was like maybe the S2. What that did, it means this is the worst transit service for a neighborhood in the whole city that has transit. It's every 2 hours. And it's 0.6 of a mile walk. I have participated in testing it out. And it's not only very time consuming, it's risky because we don't have the infrastructure for the whole neighborhood to connect to it. So I appreciate that there are some efforts made to get it closer to transit, because for me, that means that folks will be able to access this neighborhood safely without having to have a car. But there are some really serious questions coming from the neighborhood. Thank you to everyone for having me at multiple meetings and for the many emails and phone calls. But I'm seeing still some really serious concerns about road infrastructure. And I know there have been questions already today because this project is in a floodway / plain. we have struggled as an organization to meet our commitments when we say, we'll do the infrastructure later and we'll do the development first. And honestly, we see that citywide. When we do development first for infrastructure later, we haven't been able to follow through because of resources and capacity. So I wondered, in this specific situation, what are some of the lessons that we learned from the last bond program? Because Hall Creek is still waiting on the sidewalk that we promised. And when I stand on the side of the road, getting off of the bus stop and have to walk all the way through the neighborhood to get there, I see that it's really hard to build a sidewalk here because it's gonna take land acquisition and we're gonna have to build retaining walls. And so even if the road is like passing tests right now, I understand why the neighborhood is deeply concerned that they don't trust the traffic count because we didn't study it for the weekend count and we didn't study it for the school count. The road seems to be able to handle it now, but will the new neighbors who live here be able to rely on this road? And will we be able to back up our commitment to critical infrastructure if it fails? So I have heard that concern and I take it really seriously. But are we looking at where this connects to transit and the sidewalks that we're still promising to deliver on?
This is something that we are getting better at. We are not perfect at, but we are getting better at. I think he is still in the room. I had seen him running around somewhere. Clay Mitchell.
Remember, I said no groaning.
Clay Mitchell, Will Palmquist, myself, under the direction of the new director, Steph Dahl, have worked tirelessly to revamp our TRC processes to take a look at these very things. And again, the initial TRC process is not just a checkbox now, that this is something that is taken more seriously to make sure it meets all of these conditions. And I know from experience, we are working now with transportation in these pre-application meetings in this initial TRC to look at stops. So a good example is Acton Hill. I know that we have moved a transit stop for, it was the apartments, I want to say 200 London Road, the London Road apartments. That is one where again, Will, Clay, and myself had reached out to transportation. We're looking at this. So that is something we are doing. Again, there is not the density or intensity to support moving any of those stops from 170 closer to this development. But this is something that we are looking at in terms of infrastructure to make sure that is something where this development can handle it. And we are, I know that we have a lot of things coming down the pike. We will be revising and updating the UDO in some ways. We are also doing that to our SSDMs to make sure that our stringent standards for quality infrastructure are met before you even get to council.
Thank you for taking up a little bit of time to add to my understanding and to the public.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you just speak to the timeline around the sidewalk project?
Yes, I can. So I actually corresponded with Dusty Clemens, who is responsible for that. That is something where they are advertising the bid next month. This will happen in mid-August, and then it will go out to bid. The bids will open in September based on the guidelines. And then it depends on what kind of winter we have, but that's where we are on the bid process for that Beverly to Bell Road sidewalk project.
And so construction, would that be a spring timeline, spring 25?
Correct.
Okay.
Again, depending on the winter we have and
yeah.
what constitutes spring here in Asheville.
What winter?
Yeah.
I want to throw a little support around the transit frequency. I was a little surprised to hear that because I have a senior in college, and when he was in elementary school at Evergreen, that was a 2-hour route. I mean, that's 20 years, and we're still in this situation. So as we revamp transit going forward, I'm just really appreciate you bringing that up, Kim. I didn't realize it was so infrequent still.
Not only that, in 2020, when we had so many challenges at the same time, we cut that route entirely, which is why we were running groceries to neighbors in Spruce Hill.
Any other questions? Okay, I think we're going to hear from the applicant now? Or not?
Or
yes?
Steph or applicant? Oh, okay. Cool.
was like,
Thank you so
sweet
much,
answer,
and a special shout out to Maggie for the documentation whiplash she endured through this. So thank you, Maggie, and happy birthday.
And Sam, actually a big thank you to you as well, Sam. You did a lot of work on this, and I appreciated your efforts at P&Z as well. You were very thorough.
Thank you.
Hold on, we got that. Yeah, that wasn't.
Just the site plan's great.
No, but he wanted mine on the site plan, so I'm just,
got it.
yep. And then that should, turn on the laser pointer, that should be there.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Sam. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, staff, members of the public, voluminous members of our planning staff that we've spent a lot of time with on this project. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this project. The development team has been at this project for over a year. We've been working with staff and neighbors since November of 2023 on this project, and we find ourselves here today. I do have members of the development team. My name is Derek Allen. I'm with Allen, Stoll & Kilburn. I'm a land use attorney. I represent Kevin Jackson and his company. Kevin's here, along with Warren Sugg from Civil Design Concepts. Sam's done a great job of walking through the procedural history of where we are and how we got here, including this iteration that you see before you. It's been a lot of work. Our first neighborhood meeting was in November of 2023. It was then submitted to TRC, which is that pre-application, pre-hearing TRC in January of 2023, and that's when those city departments go through and they look at those threshold items. We get to go back to TRC at least 2 more times through this process. In February of 2024, it was submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We had a hearing in this room in March of 2024. After hours of hearing and hearing from a lot of the public at that meeting, we ended up adding conditions related to sidewalk connections, no clear cutting within a landscape buffer, preservation and reuse of topsoil, engagement on with community partners on down payment assistance programs, making sure that the greenway was ADA compliant and connected publicly, and a signalized crosswalk at New Hawk Creek Road if approved by NCDOT. But it didn't stop there. We continued to have discussions with neighbor groups that started to identify themselves. And we started to look at demands that were being positioned to us from those neighborhood group leaders with the Hawk Creek Community Association. There was a memo that had 4 items in it. Those 4 items kind of became our guiding stars for this project and how we were working through the development plan and what kind of changes we were trying to make. And we went through a lot of site plan iterations. We looked at trying to connect through Alpine Court, and that didn't work. We tried to look at pushing the development down closer to the creek there with retaining walls, and that wasn't something that seemed to be acceptable to the neighborhood group and some to staff. And so in March, we did push that down. We looked at that, and we had to, at that point, we had 3 acres-ish in this top right section, and that's kind of been, a number we've been chasing is how much consolidated open space can we have in this top right area. When some new wetland information came out, all of a sudden a retaining wall came in, and that area shrunk back up, and all of a sudden that was not the favored route. During this process, we thought that it would be a good idea, both the neighborhood representatives and the development team and the mayor and some city council members and planning staff and the city attorney and the city planning director decided that we would get together on April 11th. We got together in a big room and spent, I think, about 2 hours going back and forth over these concerns. We used that same 4-point memo really as our guiding point. At the end of that meeting, everybody could agree that we had addressed 3 of the items to the satisfaction if we could address that 4th, which was that last piece, that top right corner in the consolidated open space. And so we went back and in constant communications with Mr. Chris Pelley and Gene Ellison and Terry Latanich and Terry Hasty and John Noor and the mayor and city staff. We went back and forth trying to make that work. We looked at these alternative access options. We looked at the Sleepy Hollow option. And again, I mentioned the Alpine Court. We looked at that. We met again on May 30th and pitched this idea, said, look, we've looked at the Sleepy Hollow thing, we can't get it done. If you can help us with it, we're happy to pursue it. And the neighborhood group said, yeah, we'll do it. We'll go look at that. If you can get us this acreage in the back, it needs to be 4.3 acres in the back. We said, let's go look at it. And so they did their part. We came back and did our part, and that's why that 4.3 number is there, and that's that compromise number. We met again on July 19 with the city staff, and these neighbor representatives to fine tune these conditions. And when I'm talking about fine tuning, I'm talking about whether we have fences as buffers or the arborvitae. The arborvitae planted 12 foot apart with staggered rows, 6 feet tall when they're planted. Conditions for replacing those if they get sick. We talked about details on what the pathway would be made of. We talked about details on just about everything, and we got to a point where they said, this is good, let's let this go. And so finally, Sam got to see the revised conditions. We've since added a condition that we've been chasing for a while, and it's one that's been elusive, and that is how do you incorporate affordable home ownership into a for sale product. And so we have this pilot program that we've worked with Habitat for Humanity, and we've crafted a condition and worked with City Legal to come up with something that made some sense and could be enforceable. So here we are 8 months into this thing, and I heard some questions about what happens next and what we're really looking at coming from the mayor. And what we're looking at here and what we're asking this body to do, this city council to do, is approve the use as was laid out here, the use with these conditions. We have a lot of work that goes after this entitlement. We're just looking at the use here. We've got stormwater, we've got public works, we've got transportation, we've got curb cuts, we have all kinds of things, and that's typical in every project. After the project, the fastest you can get through in a post-entitlement piece to that final zoning certificate with final TRC is about 3 months. We don't think that's going to take 3 months. We think we're banking on longer than that because there are going to be some complicated things to work through, and that's okay. I wanted to hit a couple of points that stood out to me, and that is these things that we've heard about our housing needs. Multifamily rental housing is certainly important, but I saw a number this past week that we need 14,000 homes by 2050. This has taken us a year, and we're working on 84. I saw another thing just this morning from Jason Sanford in Ash Vegas. The average list price of a single-family house right now is $715,000. Those numbers are impactful, and our guys are here to do their business, and they're here to provide housing units, and they matter. All these projects matter. We've seen study after study and speaker after speaker speaking to this missing middle, and this one so optically is in the middle with the development all around it, walking distance across the street from ball fields and a pool, surrounded by development that doesn't have a lot of sidewalks. And I love this piece about the sidewalk that's getting built out there. There's a giant gap in that sidewalk where it stops at the ball field. And we have put in our conditions that we're going to take care of that gap that connects the rest of the community, not just to our neighborhood, but back up into the Happy Valley area. So all of a sudden, we are the centerpiece of being able to connect to a sidewalk that runs them all the way down to the Commerce Center. The traffic impact analysis, we also did one, and in working with the HCCA, we realized early on both sides that the traffic issues were really pretty de minimis. Their traffic impact analysis said the same thing ours did. Our traffic impact analysis, even though we didn't have to do one, we wanted to know what those numbers were. It was done in November of 2023, and I'm quoting right out of it. It was on a typical school day, but it's a de minimis impact, and I'll let Warren speak to any specific questions related to that. Councilwoman Roney had some questions about energy efficiency and solar energy pieces. We're planning on this development that all residential units will be built solar ready, meaning accommodations for solar equipment and wiring provided, with the intention that the individual homeowners, because these are for sale, may then add solar power to their homes at lower cost while still being able to pursue solar subsidies and other programs available to the homeowners and not to the developer. We also plan to have each residential unit with a dedicated EV charging plug. And on the townhome side, when those get built out, we'll install only Energy Star appliances. We're happy to introduce that as an additional condition. I've got some language I can hand up, but that's certainly the commitment here, and we're happy to again introduce that as a condition. Sam concluded his presentation walking through the comp plan consistency, and we fully agree. The time is now. This is the place. The missing middle is right here. This is what the project looks like, and we would ask for your vote of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude the?
It does.
Yep. Okay, any questions? Anybody? Okay.
I just want to say one thing I don't have any questions right now. I'm eager to hear from everybody, but just want to share, when you don't hear a lot of questions, we all have been spending 9 months on this. Everybody up on this bench, a lot of you out there. So don't take that silence as lack of interest or not due diligence, but we're really here to listen to what folks say. And there's been a lot of discussion as this has been going through.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will say, I think this is the first time I've ever been asked to convene, if you will, meetings between the developer and representatives from the neighborhood. And not for me to weigh in, but to just facilitate that discussion. And a lot of the folks that you see here from the developer group were there. And of course, you all are probably aware of who from Hawk Creek was in attendance. And thanks to a lot of staff who all came, our planning director and Sam and a lot of, and Brad, of course, who came to those meetings to try to help inform the conversation so all the different possibilities and issues could be vetted and answer all the questions sort of on the spot, because a lot of this is sort of technical in nature, and I certainly don't know the answer. So that was very helpful. I do realize that people feel left out of that conversation, as can be expected with a process like that, which was completely voluntary. And so we're eager to hear from you all this evening. I know you've had community meetings and your neighborhood has facilitated community meetings, and I've had the opportunity to stand in Patrick's front yard in Happy Valley and hear from the folks from Happy Valley, as have other council members throughout this process. So we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to be heard on this. And as Councilwoman Roney mentioned, we have received lots of emails and comments, so we're taking that all to heart as we work through this. With that said, I would like to take a brief break before we begin the public comment period at the request of some council members, so we can just have a moment to use the restroom or whatever anybody needs to do. So it is 6:52. Let's come back here around 7:10. Is that good? 7:10, hopefully. Okay, thank you. Party started. Did you get the laptop issues worked out for the first speaker? No? Yes? No? Okay, and that, okay. No, I thought she had a question about the laptop, but it's okay, okay. Okay, council, I'm supposed to remind you to talk into the microphone so that everybody can hear. Can you hear when I get, do I have to get that close? And then people who are speaking, just get that microphone right there by your mouth, unless you're one of these guys that's like 6'5", and then you'll just have to bend over. So we're gonna, as I mentioned, we're gonna allow 2 minutes for each speaker. Maggie is gonna keep the time. So apparently what that means for the group speakers, instead of 10 minutes, you will have 8 minutes. I have 3 group speakers. Are any of you freaking out, or can you do that in 8 minutes? I don't see you. 4. Do I have 4 group speakers? I'd like 10. Did you rehearse 10? Like you rehearsed it and you need 10? See, I told her That was what was going to happen. Okay. But if you rehearse 3, you got to talk fast enough to get it to 2. All right? So I don't, sorry. It's her birthday yesterday, but it's my birthday tomorrow. So I get to. All right. So here we go. We're going to start with our first speaker, which is Lee Cruz. Hopefully I said your last name right. And you have 3 people ceding their time to you. Patrick Holland. Patrick, raise your hand. Yes. And Betty Martin. Betty, yes. And Jeff Cruz of Relation, I assume. Thank you for raising your hand. Okay, you have 10 minutes now.
Before I start, I'd like to use this ledge. This is cords could
See,
probably come out and scoot
this is
around
what we're
without bothering the computer.
We've already talked to our cable person, and they said that she could close the laptop, but we're not moving the laptop.
Okay, you can close the laptop. Does that make it work?
I'll turn it sideways because I can't use the ledge of the lectern. That's fine. I'll just turn it sideways.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do you want this up here? Do you want, I don't even know if we can take
It
it down, so
doesn't-
maybe pretend I didn't ask you
I'm
that.
just a regular individual here speaking. So my name is Lee Cruz, and I've lived in Happy Valley for a quarter of a century with my family. And I'm up here representing other people who have lived for half a century in Happy Valley. And we are here to say that Chris Pelly and HCCA, or the Hawk Creek Community Association, do not represent us or our interests in any way, shape, or form. We weren't involved in the negotiations, and only through the attorney for the developer tonight have finally, after repeatedly asking, learned who apparently did the negotiating for Hawk Creek Community Association. So I wanted to make that clear. Because we were not part of the discussion until very recently, Patrick Holland and a couple people went out, including myself, and got signatures to become a recognized neighborhood and created Happy Valley Property Owners Preservation Association for the purpose of getting a voice here today to actually be heard. I will thank the mayor and Kim Roney for taking the time to come to Happy Valley to listen to neighbors. I will say it's discouraging to look at a staff report as if this has already been figured out and decided upon before being heard. That is frustrating to see. I know that emotional appeals fall on deaf ears, as the topic of conditional zoning is legislative. So you will hear people talking about imagining a new way and, financing homes for the poor and affordable housing and poor people in the neighborhood in terms of the poor people who have to put up with the problems and the changing of the zoning and all kinds of emotional things that have nothing to do with race, creed, or color or anything else, because it's about legislation. And it's a legislative matter. In Decker versus Coleman, the city of Asheville rezoned a 62-acre parcel from residential to commercial condition on the owner maintaining a buffer, and the court held the condition invalid and unenforceable. Now the city pushes for traditional housing, which implies tradition, but in no way reflects tradition. For the tradition is RS4 zoning, single-family housing. Barring other legal defects, the rezoning stands, but its conditions do not. Whether the city of Asheville requires permits for conditional use or uses a quasi-judicial system or some combination of the two, these questions remain. The policy question of whether some limited alternative use is appropriate for the site, and the decision is left to the good judgment and discretion of you all, the elected officials, provided it is based on a reasonable basis. Two key words being appropriate for the site and a reasonable basis. Statutory requirements for legislative decisions and a permit decision must meet all the constitutional requirements for a quasi-judicial decision. Should not be arbitrary nor unduly discriminatory and in public interest. If findings are to be presented as evidence. A case in point I take immediately is the traffic study. The whole process has been very disingenuous. First of all, Happy Valley residents who border along with Bell, Bell is not part of Happy Valley, but border this development. Each time a negotiation for an option came through we were put in the position of save the trees, keep the big retaining walls out of the way, and if you don't do that, we're gonna cut through your neighborhood, through a yard in your neighborhood. Now, the address of this property is, correct me if I'm wrong, is it 767 New Haw Creek Road? Yes? It's not number 1 Sleepy Hollow Drive? It's not, okay. So we have this traffic study, and the threat is we're gonna cut down the trees, we're gonna put these retaining walls up and it's just fear-mongering. If you don't, just let us cut through your neighborhood, which I might add has 2 old covenants that are restrictive covenants. And this is just, not only is RS4 zoning being ignored by the city all over Asheville time and time again in the name of various things, whether it's commercial or private property, ignored constantly. It is no longer, we don't even have zoning anymore. It's called conditional zoning, but it's become a privilege that is now the norm. And taxpayers are in a community. This is a community of people, but they're made up of individual taxpayers. And when you look at that $240,000 budget of the city, only 48% of it comes from the taxpayers. So the rest of it comes, meaning we're a minority now. We're no longer really influencing you anymore. The people influencing you are these folks who, as the man said it so aptly, leverage can be done from funding, from external and government grant funding. So you have government grants coming to you and funding and NGOs and nonprofits, and that other percentage, which is over 50%, is influencing you for high-density housing, where your taxpayers who have paid for half a century and more are ignored and basically powerless, entirely powerless to affect protecting their neighborhood. Now, I'm going to go directly into infrastructure because that's really what it's all about. We have an infrastructure where there was 2 traffic studies, one by the developer, who did not include the times, the schools, when the schools would be dropping off and picking up. There are 2 schools on New Haw Creek Road. There's the public school, which is literally just right half a block, if even that, down the street from this development. And then on the edge of the development, which is in Happy Valley area, is the Evergreen School, which is not public, so it doesn't take buses. Each individual child comes with a vehicle. Now, we're talking 230 so vehicles with all this townhomes, and there's not 1 vehicle per house, and we all know that. So let's be real. It's at least 230 vehicles. And so they're coming through to pick up these kids as well individually. Let's remember that the road there is straight up in the air. It's angled so that you can't see equally left and right, but it's angled so you're up in the, they pull their nose out onto Haw Creek currently. You have to swerve around it when they're trying to get out of there. And that's where Happy Valley residents are going to be forced to exit if you decide to go through Happy Valley. And then, God forbid, the whole thing about doing all this infrastructure stuff after is beyond ridiculous, unfair, wrong, and you should know better. Because what's going to happen is if we don't have this traffic and engineering study and you collapse our culvert because you're letting all this construction equipment or extra people or anything else, all this development going on for 5 years now, it sounds like at least, or whatever this 5 years thing is, then we pay for it by all having to be forced to go up Bell Road to exit. There are 2 egresses out of our cul-de-sac. Happy Valley is a dead-end valley, which the picture showed a skinny little, like a skinny little finger and it's full of cul-de-sacs, but yet you'd think there's an infrastructure that's safe. Let's talk about the buses that you were talking about. Why did that bus stop get removed? Not just for fun. It got removed, I'm fairly certain, because of complaints. The bus and the fire truck are anywhere from 8 inches to a foot over the road, careening up and down New Hawk Creek, just because there's simply not room. The roads aren't regular size. Roads are skinny and curvy. And then let's say, okay, we're going to put calming devices in. Then you can't even get up there in the winter. The residents have already said they don't want one way in and one way out for traffic. When Hawk Creek Community Association tried to force greenways on Old Hawk Creek side, they rejected it because they didn't want one way in and one way out of Hawk Creek. And let's remember, when we condemn friendly condemning, there's not such a thing as friendly. When you condemn a property, you're taking individual taxpayers' property owner rights away. And when you condemn a property, whether it's to put in a greenway and have people, the public, walking by somebody's window and back door that used to be private, or you take their land for anything, whether it is a sidewalk or anything else, then you've forcibly taken their property. And there's no such thing as friendly. And in terms of a strong town and connectability.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Get the point. The next person signed up to speak is Jared Wheatley. Okay, and so now we're back to our 2 minutes. Could everybody hear the last speaker? Was that close enough? The microphone close? You're good? Good? Good. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Appreciate you taking the time to hear all of us. I'd like to talk a little bit about the history of this land. In 1785, this land would have been taken from the Cherokee Nation through the Hopewell Treaty. And just 50 years after that, our new country saw our land shrinking so much land scarcity, that it enacted the Indian Removal Act, the Trail of Tears. So that's 1835. Land was extraordinarily scarce. There wasn't enough land for anyone. And then if you fast forward to today, that land has seen agricultural use as its perceived highest and best use since that time. And if you look at the Buncombe County comp plan and you look at their equity index, Hawk Creek lies in the top tier of equity in our community. And they kind of garner that as access to public infrastructure and public goods, and also equity within their community. So this is considered the top tier in all of Buncombe County of equity. Inside of our city, we've done a displacement study that shows the vulnerability of different communities in our city. And Hawk Creek also falls in the least vulnerable community category within our city. So that would kind of lead someone to think that in the modern Asheville setting, the city that we're in, that this is a really good place for housing, because housing is desperately needed and it is a human right. So when I look at land use across time and the highest and best use of the current land, housing might be it. Thank you so much.
Susan Bean?
Thank you, Council. My name is Susan Bean, and I am the Housing and Transportation Director for Mountain True. On behalf of Mountain True and Neighbors for More Neighbors, WNC, I am pleased to express our support of the proposed Hawk Creek development before you tonight. We commend the developer and the neighbors who support the current design for having been willing to come together and negotiate a compromise to result in a better project that each side can accept. A site like 767 New Hawk Creek Road is ideal for residential development for a number of reasons. Adding gentle density to this site creates more housing during our housing crisis to help meet the housing needs of our community. At the same time, by siting these homes near transit, schools, and other amenities, these residents will be able to use multimodal transportation options and minimize vehicle miles traveled in their day-to-day lives, reducing our community's carbon footprint. Adding homes in town also reduces some of the pressure on our outlying farms and forests, which are critical to protect, as those soils and trees are carrying a heavy load in mitigating climate change. As our community grapples with the combined threats of climate change and a growing demand for housing, we hope that more needed infill projects like this one can be thoughtfully designed in cooperation with existing residents so that our city can collectively address these dual crises. Thank you so much.
Thank you. John Appleby.
Council, my name is John Appleby. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and Mayor, Ms. Roney, thank you for coming out and listening to us. I'm going to limit my comments to 5 brief points. I wish I could rewrite this speech based on what I've heard today, but unfortunately I can't. 2,500 residents of the Valley signed a petition against conditional rezoning. If you approve, you'll be going against their wishes. 2, the negotiation referenced today repeatedly is basically between 2 men, Chris Pelly and Kevin Jackson. The community was slowly and deliberately cut out of meetings. The meetings have occurred behind closed doors. There has been no community vote on the proposal. It would fail overwhelmingly. You could ask for a show of hands, but I know that's not going to happen. The plan has changed right up to the last minute. We heard, I think, something was filed at 3 something this afternoon. If you approve, you'll be violating all transparency to transparent government. 3, the Sleepy Hollow access road is currently illegal. I heard their attorney say that Chris Pelly said that they could get access, which is a shock to those of us who have been following this closely. Unless you condemn, which I heard Ms. Turner say on her call the other day, which I take as another word for stealing, you'll be setting up a long legal fight for this development. 4, the 35 townhomes. For some reason, they are always missing from the Pelly-Jackson proposals presented to the community. Why? Maybe because all we gained was an acre and a bit of woodland, a shrub, an illegal entrance road, and a walkway, and I heard tonight a flashing traffic light symbol that was going to further slow traffic. To be clear, the townhome residents have no bus access. 5, why is the community being asked to make this a profitable endeavor for a speculative builder? If he paid too much for the land or had a surprise expense for a bridge, why should we bear the cost for his mistakes? If you approve, you'll be socializing all the risks and the infrastructure costs and keeping the privatization of the profits for him.
Thank you. Cindy Appleby.
Hi, thank you. My name's Cindy Appleby. I live at 113 Alpine Way. I've come today to speak out against conditional zoning for 767. I almost didn't come tonight, much less give a public comment, because in my cynical view, the council's already made up their mind. I've seen it proven time and time again on a larger national scale how the voice of the majority don't matter and how my letters and phone calls to representatives didn't matter. At the beginning of 767 debate, watching our community respond, I actually had some hope and a tremendous amount of pride about how we came together and how we galvanized for a common purpose. A majority of us have never been against developing the land. We are just against the vision of the developer and the amount of houses he wants to put there. So my hope in this democratic process has slowly eroded. The hope I had early on that a smaller community scale, our voices and organization can make a difference, making our voices heard, it's not happened. Despite my cynicism, though, I'm standing before you today to give public comment against the conditional rezoning for all the reasons you have heard and will hear later. The City Council has an opportunity to take a lead in creating a vision for smart development in Asheville, and I do not think this proposal is it. Thank you.
Susan Bicknell.
Thank you. I live in Haw Creek. I've lived there for 20
Susan,
have lived here in Haw Creek for over 20 years. there's nothing that's really terribly appealing about any of the options for me and for many of us in Haw Creek about any of this development. But my request is, if you're going to inflict this pain on the people of Haw Creek who've made their, we've spoken clearly, I ask that you consider adopting three different conditions of approval. And one is that you make sure that the builder cannot access the Sleepy Hollow access to the property via Bell Road and coming down Alpine Way and back down Sleepy Hollow. That would be disastrous for the people who live in Sleepy Hollow and Alpine Way, for the traffic on Bell Road, and it would be very, very dangerous to have that construction equipment in that residential area. So that would be one condition of approval that I would request. I also request that when an assessment is done about the floodplain relative to the stormwater system and whether it can really handle that in addition, there be consideration given and evaluation given to the impact of any flooding in that land on other bridges further down the creek, and also on the homes, the residents that are along the creek, if that happens in that area after that infrastructure is put in. And lastly, I know you guys have nowhere in this process where you consider fire safety and evacuation of the valley. But with climate change, we've got to start taking that seriously. It's a real concern. We have continually voiced that through this process, and I'm asking you to be proactive and create a policy and attach that as a condition.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak is Ashley McDermott, who has several people yielding time. One is, I'm not going to say this first name right, Renee, Rikers? Yes, okay. Don Decker, thank you. Michelle Decker, and that's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Start my own timer also. Good evening, council. Thank you for your time. Thank you to the broader community for also being here on a very long night. My name is Ashley McDermott. I'm a resident of Haw Creek in Happy Valley on Sleepy Hollow Drive, and my property borders the 767 lot directly. That's in question. I want to be clear before I begin about what my three main points here are. One, I am here tonight to plead counsel for a continuance on the vote tonight to course correct a now very fractured process. My position that as it stands, this proposal for me is a no, and we can take steps and do better to get to a more collective yes. There have been many changes up until the very last minute on the latest iteration of this proposal, which have major repercussions for this community, and it's just not ready for a vote. Two, for months, the broader Haw Creek community has repeatedly requested from HCCA, who's largely the interfacing organization with members of council, for a democratic process and transparency about meetings with some council members that have happened, how we arrived here, and directly incorporate feedback. Unfortunately, this has been met with silence. This community is not a monolith. For that reason, we are now very fractured. Three, this is a very different iteration of the original proposal that went through P&Z and TRC. That's a major flaw in this process. Option 5 in the design to access the neighborhood through Sleepy Hollow Drive presents many legal questions, serious infrastructure questions, and concerns. Just last Friday, the creek water level was right at the bridge after 2 days of rain after an extensive drought. There are many alarming infrastructure flags which we've witnessed firsthand from the 2014 and 2021 floodings, as a couple of other examples. To go back to process, I have or had been a member of the 767 HCCA working group who dedicated time and energy to working with community regarding this proposal for nearly a year, and have, in the last couple months, been met with complete silence about requests for transparency and a democratic process, and I'm clearly not alone when I say this. I've been hearing the word community being used, and to me it's critical to uplift the fact that due to the way this process has been handled recently, that the broader Haw Creek community is really fractured. It feels concerning that there have been what feels like a series of secretive meetings with selective members of council, with only a handful of self-selected folks from the HCCA board and the community with the developer who have been making executive decisions that are not indicative with what the broader community wants, nor have been included in. A continuance today would perhaps allow us to have some serious questions answered about a proposal that's very different. Without transparency, distrust deepens and grows. As a reminder, we worked extremely hard for months to outline what was already a massive compromise with the 4 conditions that we would be willing to negotiate with the developer over. This is creating heightened stress on our already weak infrastructure in this largely neglected community in Asheville, destroys an area of 27 acres covered by 52% tree canopy, including old growth forest, at the base of the Blue Ridge Parkway in a dense wildlife zone, decreases connectivity with even less bikeability and walkability, forces more car dependency with a big increase on New Hog Creek Road, which is our only main access in and out of the valley, and is currently not walkable at all, so the bar is very low, and is for clear reasons highly unpopular with this active community here. Regarding infrastructure, as a neighbor on Sleepy Hollow, I have to say that I am alarmed at the flippancy of the entryway of this road being used without thorough assessment of the impact on that current and future infrastructure. This will be putting more stress around that bridge that myself and neighbors have watched almost completely wash out from flooding, and this is a friendly reminder that the city's own climate resiliency report states that Hog Creek is at very high risk for threats from continued flooding and wildfire. There's also no consideration of how much impact the number of cars from this additional number of houses will have on infrastructure that was never intended for something like this. The access on Sleepy Hollow presents major technical and legal questions. This all seems incredibly in the weeds, which impacts the access point of Happy Valley, and it should certainly be assessed before it goes to a vote. We need a continuance today to give this time to assess major questions about the infrastructure of the road as this access point. After it's voted on, we have no influence or say on whatever the developer chooses to do, who's only in this for profit. As of just this afternoon, we just learned there were still updates to what the developer was making. This really should not be acceptable. I also have to say that it's really unfortunate to me at this very point in history, when there's so much distrust on the national and state level with elected officials and even organizations, that we have a chance to actually engage the community and demonstrate the importance of local politics. And I fear that that could really be bulldozed today if it's still shoved through as is. I've looked to this council as an all-female and self-identifying progressive council as one that could set the bar for what we can say no to, rather than it always being a yes, and how it could really work with community. It seems the pattern is that there's a continued yes to everything that's presented regarding special requests from developers in the city. I think, however, there's a lot we can learn from disappointment. Over 2,000 community members have signed our petition, as I know y'all know plenty about. And to be at this point in the campaign and feel completely ignored feels not only harmful to our community, but it only seeds more distrust with council and local politics. I believe strongly in local politics. I'm also not anti-development. But I know and believe we can do better, especially with the capability on this council. It is simply not ready for a vote. This also sets a dangerous precedent for future decisions to come in all of Asheville. We have one of the worst housing crises nationwide, and the impacts are alarming. And just to remind y'all, we are talking about housing estimated to start at over $500,000, if not more, and this is not missing middle housing. Meanwhile, Asheville City teachers are leaving at a higher rate than any North Carolina school system. Asheville City firefighters still aren't being paid a living wage. And per the Thrive Asheville study, those disproportionately affected by the housing crisis here are Black or brown households led by single mothers. We really desperately need affordable housing, and unfortunately, this development won't even come close to meeting the needs for residents here. So where we're at is a crossroads with this decision, especially as the city clearly does not have a very good process to assess the increasing number of conditional zoning requests coming down the line. We need to proceed with intentionality, listen to the community, and seriously consider the sustainability and infrastructure for what's being put into place at least, and the community should actually be involved. The implications tonight are very high, and at the very least, we deserve to have our questions answered about the current iteration of this proposal that's on the table tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Trip Huxley?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your patience in hearing the people of Hawk Creek speak their mind. And thank you very much, Kim, for being such a receptive listener to our grievances. It's very much appreciated. My name is Trip Huxley. I have lived in Asheville for 20 years, and I live in Hawk Creek now, where I've been for 10. I have a degree in environmental design, and I consider architects and planners to be my people. I have been involved in numerous political fights in the city to try to protect its integrity and design, but given I have 1 minute left, I'm not going to be able to talk to you about that. My topic is straightforward and simple. My topic is design. This series of straight lines looks like it belongs in Kansas or Texas, not in Asheville, North Carolina. The first thing that a first-year design student would do in design school, if designing a development, is they would go to the site. They would look at the site. They would look at the topography of the site. They would look at the solar exposure of the site. They would look at the water of the site. They would look at the community around the site. They would look at the houses and the roadways and all of the elements that make up a space to be developed. This was not created by a designer. This was created by an engineer with graph paper. This is not what Hawk Creek needs or wants. Hawk Creek needs and wants a timer that works, needs and wants a design, something that reflects the site, something that reflects the topography. They're talking about walkability. These are all dead-end streets. Talking about connectivity, we've got no sidewalks. We want something that reflects the community around it and that is safe for the people who live there.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak is Chris Fleming, and Mr. Fleming has several people ceding their time to him. Chris, here, is this Chris Fleming? Okay. Stephanie Kovacs and Lixa Huxley and Krista Gamble. Thank you.
All right. My name is Chris Fleming. I live on Meadowlark Road in Hawk Creek. I come here today. First of all, I want to thank you for listening to the community. I come here today to state my opposition to the proposed plan. I'm not opposed to the development of the site or increased density of development. And I'm coming at this from prior to moving here. I was an environmental consultant for over 20 years, worked on hundreds of these projects. And my opposition is driven primarily by local infrastructure deficiencies, which have been touched upon several times today, and also the proposed design, which Tripp just laid out. Just to go into this a little bit, we entirely lack any pedestrian access north of Beverly Road. I mean, just last week, somebody lost their life on a bicycle. I see this in the news almost every week. I'm seeing something. And we need better bicycle pedestrian access within this community. The sidewalk was promised, never delivered. I hear 2025. I hope that happens. However, if this is approved, construction starts on this site, logistically, that's just not feasible with the amount of construction equipment. They cannot do the roadway work and build this. Sam focused on RM16 being within 1 mile of this site. That's great. As the bird flies, it is 1 mile. RM16 has direct access to sidewalks. This site does not. I really appreciate Kim riding the bus. I would not walk to that bus stop. It's deadly. Every day I go hike my dogs up to the parkway from Masters Park. I've seen so many people almost die running through there or riding their bicycles. And we're talking about traffic studies, and when we're talking about them, we're talking about once it's built. Okay, we have houses there. This is what the predicted traffic flow is going to be. we're not talking about construction. We're talking about thousands of construction vehicles. We're talking about dump trucks. We're talking about heavy equipment, semi-trucks with building materials. And if you get behind a fire truck, you get behind a, garbage truck, they don't even fit in the lane. Somebody mentioned school bus. They don't fit in the lane. Where are these vehicles? How are they going to fit and allow us to safely commute throughout the community? So logistical concerns regarding site access. Sleepy Hollow Drive is problematic. There'll be significant vehicle stacking on Sleepy Hollow Drive coming out of the development. That is what it is, that many cars. Has the bridge at Sleepy Hollow Drive been assessed for structural integrity? I went out there yesterday after 1 inch of rain. The box culvert was full. I have photographs. I have a rain gauge in my house, 1 inch of rain. Sam touched on the TRC reviewing these projects for engineering. Go read the TRC memo that was produced as part of the planning and zoning approval. There's no technical review. It's a rubber stamp. It is boilerplate checkboxes in that. It's like he didn't even read it. The only notes he made was you need a Corps of Engineers permit, state permit, and you need stormwater calculations. So, prior to going to planning and zoning, that is information that should have been as part of the package prior to even approving it. It's due diligence 101. It doesn't even cost that much to do. And yet they took 3 site plan iterations to get the wetlands correct. The one approved by planning and zoning was wholly incorrect. I called the Corps of Engineers and told them the wetlands are incorrect. And that turns out they were. So sorry, I'm bouncing around here. The design is not community oriented. It's isolated, one way in and out. What happens if the bridge blows out? 4 dead end streets. I guess the fire department will have to back in and out if they have to respond to something within that community. Planning and zoning process in the city. I feel like there's so many gray areas and it's fracturing the community, as you can see. Final conditions, less than 2 hours prior to this meeting, unacceptable. I think there just needs to be a lot more put into the TRC. Sam alluded to it, but there's nothing there. Go read the memos. Like, you guys are voting on projects that may not even be practicable. Like, they may get this approval. Legally, they may not even get access to that property to access. Like, do you want to vote on something that may not even be feasible? P&Z approved a plan that looks nothing like that. Once they went back out to look at the wetlands, they realized this bridge isn't feasible. So we got to find a new way in. We looked there, we looked at the back end. There needs to be a more thorough process. You guys need to vote on projects that can actually happen, benefit the community. And I think, we do all these climate resilience studies, we do our missing middle studies, and then we bring these points to you and ask for your consideration. And all we hear is, those are just aspirational. Why do these studies? Why are we spending this money? Fire, floods, significant issues. We need to consider these. It's frustrating to me. And I know it's frustrating to the community. And I just want to close by saying, my household votes, and I know there's an election coming up, and I'm sure many of the citizens here in opposition vote as well. So thank you for your time.
Kirk Swenson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I rise in opposition to the conditional zoning proposal before us. I believe that increasing housing stock is one piece of the answer to our community's complex affordability problem, and the current residents of Hawk Creek have a responsibility to our community to contribute to housing affordability. What I'm opposed to is adding 84 new homes as has been approved. The real challenge is in determining how much housing is needed and what type of housing will be most helpful in alleviating the challenge. If the right type of housing can help our community, then it is also clear that the wrong type of housing can hurt it. The wrong housing could be in the wrong geographic location. It can overburden already thin public infrastructure. It can be of the wrong density. It could be at the wrong price point for the community, and it could imperil sensitive ecosystems. Building the proposed 84 homes at 767 New Hawk Creek checks each of these boxes. This is not the right type of housing. It is precisely, almost comically, the wrong type of housing. The city is under no obligation to approve conditional zoning, and unlike the negotiating group, I do not concede that the city should make an exception to the current zoning laws for this project. To be legal, conditional zoning must be reasonable, not arbitrary nor discriminatory, and it must be in the public interest. There must be a substantive benefit to residents. Not all new housing is good housing. The only defensible justification for providing a zoning exception is if the proposed development provides meaningful benefit to the lives of residents. Even then, the city must be satisfied that those exceptions reflect the will of the community. It is clear to me that they do not, and no exceptions should be made. Allowing the developer to build within current non-zoning limits is fair and it's sensible. He should be allowed to build exactly the number of homes that existing zoning allows him to build by right. 2 of the 84 units will be affordable housing that took
Thank you.
9 months to chase down. That is incredibly magnanimous of you. Thank you. I never thought I'd see the day when members of the city council would side with the interests of developer over the interests of residents, and I really hope I never do.
Okay, that is not how we end our public comment. When the timer goes, please end your comments. The next person signed up to speak is Andrew Paul.
More affordability. Asheville is a magical place, but even we can't escape the laws of supply and demand. Most working people do not and will not live in subsidized housing. That means we need to do what Greg Colburn told us to do, and I know most of y'all were at Greg Colburn's talk. We need to address housing supply elasticity. That just means we need more housing. Our comprehensive plan is clear that we will benefit from housing everywhere. Every neighborhood can and should change over time to the benefit of those neighborhoods. Change can be a blessing. And staff did a great job of talking about these benefits in their memo. New members can be nice. We don't want a museum, we want a city. We want it to be living. We know that allowing incremental growth everywhere in the city is the best way to guard against hyper-local shocks and speculation while we work to solve the housing crisis. On the other hand, if we say that East Asheville is exempt from the comprehensive plan, that we can forget about new infill housing there, that sets a really dangerous precedent, especially as we are coming up on the Missing Middle initiative. If we say that East Asheville can bow out, and then, North Asheville might want to bow out too, and why not West Asheville? We're setting a really, really dangerous precedent if we do that. I'm raising a family of 4 in a 750 square foot home right now. I might want a home in Haw Creek sometime soon. But more broadly, when my kids are grown, I don't want them to be priced out of this city. I want them to be able to live in East Asheville.
Thank you. Jocelyn Durrett. Okay, we'll have to cross that when we get there.
John who? John Noor?
Oh, John, are you planning to speak for 10 minutes?
No, I'm just myself and the time that's
Oh, so we only have 2 options. We have the one, okay. All right. Okay. Do you still want to, you don't want to speak? Okay. Stephen Scholl. Okay, well, I'm going to get to your name over later. So I'm just going to go in order. And when we get there, we'll do what? Okay. Stephen Scholl.
Thank you. I am Steve Scholl. I live at the end of New Haw Creek Road in the Haw Creek Valley. I want to share a personal experience that I went through about 30 years ago that kind of reminds me of the controversy that we've had in Haw Creek over the last few months. At the time, I lived in another city in a historic neighborhood that was made up mainly of one-story, 80-year-old Victorian cottages, a very horizontal kind of neighborhood. Sprint wanted to put in a 3-story cell tower in the neighborhood, and there was immediate blowback over concerns about how this was going to destroy the historic nature of the community. And for months, we heard TV interviews, radio interviews, flyers, speeches, demonstrations, many concerns like what we've heard tonight. Well, guess what? Sprint got its tower, made a concession to the community by putting a decorative facade around it to make it look like a bell tower. And 3 years later, my neighbors who were so vehemently opposed to this tower said, you know what? This wasn't near as bad as we thought it was going to be. Why did we make such a big deal about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Nina Tovish? Do you want to yield your time to somebody or just passing?
If there's someone who needs time yielded, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, we're leaving it open. Okay. Say it.
I'd be happy to take extra time.
Okay. Sorry, I really opened a bag of worms here. Chris Pelly is the next speaker, and let's see, I've got Bruce Black yielding your time. Yes. Shelley yes. Okay. And Frank Maggi. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I request the 10 minutes that I was originally.
Yeah, we're doing 10 minutes for the
Okay,
group.
great.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Chris Pelly, and I serve as president of the Hawk Creek Community Association. For the past 9 months, our community has lived with the uncertainty of a proposed major development on a landmark property long revered by our community. When we learned the property was to be sold, our association sought to find a local buyer committed to preservation in some form. We successfully recruited a Hawk Creek resident who made this commitment. Unfortunately, his bid was less than the offer ultimately accepted. When we learned Kevin Jackson was the buyer, Association VP Christina Maggi and myself met with him to inquire about his intentions. He was forthcoming about planning to develop the property, but did not offer any specific details. Last November, at a public meeting mandated by the UDO and attended by about 200 residents, he revealed his project. His plans called for 95 homes on the site. This included 35 townhomes, which would require rezoning. This led to formation of the 767 working group, which began meeting in December. Open to anyone interested, about 50 residents participated. This group identified major concerns related to the development. Among these were 53% of the site, about 14 acres, is covered by mature tree canopy. The plan, as proposed, would have reduced this to just 12%, or about 3 acres. This meant not only losing trees, but also creating significant impervious surfaces, thereby increasing stormwater runoff. In heavy rain events, stormwater is already overwhelming our roads and bridges. For you and city staff, we need assurance that whatever drainage system is chosen, it will be adequate to the challenges of today and tomorrow. Another concern identified is the emerging threat of wildfires and the lack of evacuation planning. Our valley is narrow with just 2 exits, yet the TRC development review process has no provision for wildlife evacuation planning. With climate concerns only worsening, we believe this needs to be on TRC's radar. In the meantime, our association has submitted a neighborhood matching grant proposal to fund development of a community-based evacuation plan. Our working group also had concerns about the traffic impact of this development. The traffic study we self-funded earlier this year, led by 2 NC State engineers, indicates we can expect a 13% increase in vehicles using New Hawk Creek Road. With little room for expansion, we need better planning now to manage increases in the future. This requires leadership from the agencies managing our roads. Finally, another critical issue we need to discuss is the rezoning proposed as part of this development. We recognize the precedent-setting nature of the proposed rezoning, especially knowing there are other large undeveloped tracts in Hawk Creek. Many residents say they purchased their home precisely because of the promise inherent in single-family zoning, low-density living among similar-type homes. I have a question for my neighbors. Do you know that the Dogwood Grove subdivision off Old Hawk Creek Road was once the site of an apple orchard? There was also an orchard where Hawthorne Village off Old Hawk Creek Road is presently located. And did you know Hawk Creek Elementary School is on the site of the former Miller family farm? They were the owners of Miller Store, where Creekside Tap House is now located. I tell you this because I believe we have to recognize that change happens. People move and places grow, and land is limited, especially in the city, and we need to use it wisely. I do not believe townhomes will degrade our community. We already have townhomes elsewhere in Hawk Creek, and it hasn't happened there. Importantly, rezoning does not mean we don't get to ask the tough questions being raised here. That said, we live in an evolving community. Hawk Creek was once farms and orchard and rural in nature. In 2024, that is no longer the case, and our land use policies must reflect this. So these are just some of the issues the 767 Working Group has been discussing. From there, we organize petition and letter writing campaigns, plus yard signs, and regular updates to the community, 13 at last count. As we heard earlier, the working group identified 4 goals. These were to preserve the 6 acres of mature tree canopy, expand buffers behind the townhomes on the west side, connecting trails within the subdivision, including connecting to the sidewalk at Bell Road, and sidewalks along New Hawk Creek Road. The good news is the development proposal before you includes these objectives. Still, it has been a bumpy road getting to this place. Within Hawk Creek, there has been a range of opinions about the best path forward. Could we have run a better campaign? Sure. But we knew it would eventually become necessary to transition from initial anger and outrage to some type of negotiated outcome. For months, Kevin Jackson budged little from his initial 95-unit proposal. I believe what changed the calculus and made him realize he would have to negotiate was seeing 400-plus people at the March Planning and Zoning Commission. When hundreds of Hawk Creek residents, fueled by righteous anger, poured into this room, I believe we then turned the corner. After the P&Z, Kevin Jackson's team started considering alternatives. Some not so good, like Alpine Court, but some better, like seriously expanding the tree canopy and reducing the number of homes. This was also when, with the mayor's help, face-to-face negotiations began. By their nature, serious negotiations require confidence building and trust building. That means not publicly sharing everything being discussed. This is why there may be a perception we did not adequately communicate. For this, I accept full responsibility. I believe the proposal before you today, as some have suggested, is the least worst option and certainly better than what Use by Right would offer. For this reason, the 12-member board of directors of the Hawk Creek Community Association has tepidly but unanimously voted to support the proposal before you today, and I hope you will also. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Altman. So now we're back to our 2 minutes.
First of all, I'm glad I don't have your job. Let me point out, 80 feet from the corner, that's where the intersection is entering, with maybe a stop sign and another stop sign. It's an accident waiting to happen. Now, I want to make the developer very happy because those of us in Happy Valley, and I speak as the vice chairman of the Happy Valley Homeowners Preservation Association, have looked at the 2 choices. And although we really would like to have canopy and, shall we say, not having the entrance on Sleepy Hollow, I want to say we can make him happy. If he'll commit to not exiting on Sleepy Hollow, we'll go along with the original proposal he had because it doesn't impact us. We've been a community unto ourselves excluded from this process, and I know there's been a lot of effort put in, but the fact is We haven't participated in the process, and this has an adverse effect on our community. The culvert is going to be a problem. It has never been graded for weight. And I have to say, having spoken with the developer at one of the previous open meetings, he told me that it's even worse than the one that it already enters onto his property. As he shows the map there, it suggests that the homes that are going to be built are not going to be in wetlands. In fact, it kind of looks like they are, and the road runs through that area. So I want to make it very simple. We don't support conditional zoning. We'd rather take the original plan, which involved the road at the bottom of the process, crossing New Hawk Creek Road to where the townhouses would be. And I defer to other people to fight the battle for the townhouses. But from our standpoint, that serves the community better. It will serve for the construction better. It will not damage equipment. It will not damage the roads there that you guys are going to be on the hook for paying for if that culvert comes down. And I know you don't have budget for that. So what are we supposed to do then? And how long would it take to rebuild if that equipment takes down the culvert? Because that's the way it's going to come in. It's not going to go the long way like when Happy Valley was built. When it came around Bell and into the valley, it's going to come, understandably, from New Hawk Creek Road over a lightweight culvert that will eventually come down. You guys are going to be on the hook for it, and you don't have budget for it. So infrastructure is important here. We'd love to have both. We really love to have both. But the fact is, go back to the original plan. We'd like that better. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Melton? Okay. Jill Hawkins?
Hello and good evening. My name is Jill Hawkins and I am a resident of Happy Valley. I have owned a home there with my husband on Sleepy Hollow Drive for over 21 years, and it is where we are raising our two boys. Throughout this entire process, Kevin Jackson has shown that he is not trustworthy, and he does not plan to build responsibly or sustainably within the guidelines that the City Council recommends in their Council Vision 2036 plan and the Living Asheville plan. I do not support option 5 or any option that has an entrance to the neighborhood inside Happy Valley, as it would negatively impact our community. For all the reasons you've already heard, I'm not going into those. I ask that the City Council does not approve rezoning, and I remain hopeful that Jackson will walk away from this project and a new developer committed to responsible and sustainable building will emerge. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Doug Bowman? Close. Okay. Oh, all right. I never would have gotten there.
All right. My name's Doug Boffman. I live at 29 Shaker Court. And I'll keep this short because a lot of the comments that I had have already been covered. But I think we've learned an awful lot from this very ugly process. What I've learned is that it's clear that the conditional zoning process should not be this demanding for local neighborhoods and existing homeowners. As Chris pointed out, hundreds of people have participated in this process, and we shouldn't really have to spend all of our time to rise up and get you folks to take these people back to the table and make sure that they're doing what's right for the rest of us. In this case, the developer has already claimed that he's negotiated with the homeowners association, but he didn't really make any changes of any substantial changes until the mayor came to the table and forced him to. Thank you very much, Mayor. Unfortunately, I think at this point, the City Council's hands are somewhat tied. Without a complete rewrite of the UOD, as Maggie Ullman and I have talked about, their options for directing how development occurs in our neighborhoods are pretty limited. The comprehensive plan and existing zoning are useless without these changes to the UOD. And the development community is already working hard to make sure that this rezoning process is even easier and to minimize further requirements to work with the local communities. I urge you not to let that happen. So I urge other residents in the city, in similar established neighborhoods like Hawk Creek, to take notice. The developers have the upper hand in this process, and existing homeowners will continue to be negatively impacted unless the UOD and the zoning review process are amended. It's got to happen. However the council votes tonight, residents of Hawk Creek will suffer, and that's just unacceptable. Thank you.
Jonathan Wainscott, and I think Maggie's going to pull up the presentation.
Hi, Maggie.
How's it going?
It's going good. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right. My name's Jonathan Wainscott. I just want to talk real quick about this precious land we got over here in Hall Creek. That's what it looks like, and that's what the overlay of these 84 houses in a city that desperately needs houses look like. And I've heard a whole lot of worry. I mean, oh my God, what about the tree canopy? Everybody's freaking out about it. So I just wanted to take a little step back, a little baby step, and this is the land, and we zoom out a little bit, and that's Hall Creek. Zoom out a little bit more, and I'm like, oh my God, what are we going to do with the loss of these trees here in a temperate rainforest? We keep backing up. And so what I just want to say is there is no global concern in this issue. This little prick in the tree canopy is not going to unleash a plume of heat that goes to the Arctic and barbecues the last penguin floating on the last ice cube in the sea. But of course, if you're still worried about all the tree slaughter that's happening, there are solutions. I also just want to give a shout out to all the heroes with chainsaws. I love chainsawing. I think it's a lot of fun, but it's a dangerous game. So I appreciate all of the work that goes into building all of the houses that so many people in here enjoy or are privileged to live in. Godspeed to all the tradespeople in there who risk their lives. And then I've also heard, about this greedy developer. Who are these people? Kevin and Ken Jackson, also known as the great-grandson and grandson of L.B. Jackson, Asheville's own LBJ, who built the Jackson Building and put his name on it like a boss and gave us an awesome architectural feature that we all love and appreciate in this town. And the L.B. Jackson was also instrumental in getting the Grove Arcade built and the Flatiron Building. And there he is. I think he's somewhere in the room. I've never met the dude. But I think that they do know a thing or two about Asheville, and their family's legacy of architectural achievement should be appreciated. They aren't evil. And thank you for all that you're doing here.
Danielle Era, yeah, thank you. They even put your pronunciation, and I apologize.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Danielle Rostige. I live at 414 Old Haw Creek Road, and I am here today to register my support for the proposed development. Asheville is in dire need of additional housing stock at all price points. This proposal helps to fill that gap, and I know that I'm not alone in the community in feeling that way. I am heartened to see the positive outcome of the community negotiation with the developer, resulting in the preservation of mature forests and increased connectivity, and now affordable housing, it seems, as well. While I would have been supportive of the proposal either way, I think this shows a good faith effort on the part of the developer to meet the community halfway, and I sincerely hope that you will vote yes for this proposal. Thank you.
Robert Robinson.
Hi, I'm here to speak today in favor of the proposed development. I think we hear a lot about the concerns about the potential costs of new development. We very rarely hear about what the benefits will be, and one that I think is extremely important to consider, especially with regards to the budget, is the impact of property taxes on our city budget. It makes up a pretty large percentage of where we get our revenue from, as does sales tax. And so what I did was I took the average parcel size from this project, so that's 84 units divided by 27 acres, which gives you 0.32 acres. Found a comparable home and figured out what it pays in property taxes, and then multiplied that by 84 homes to give you an idea of the impact of these property taxes. And 767 New Hawk Creek will go from, I think $5,000 in city taxes to $109,000 per year, every single year. That's a really massive impact to our budget that could actually stand to help us and help uplift our entire community. So, and that's not even to mention sales tax. And that's also not to mention the general public good that more housing supply provides, because new housing at all price points helps housing affordability, and we know that to be a fact. So I sent you all 2 images of a little drawing that I sketched out with the information that I just provided you about the property taxes you will receive from this proposed development if built as planned. But I think that's a tremendous benefit to our community that should be considered and a part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Leon Kastenbaum? Oh, if you're in the overflow room, also, we have some seats up here. It's more dramatic entrance this way.
I want to be dramatic, you know. Good evening. I'm Leon Kestenbaum, and I live behind the area of the proposed townhouses. I want to thank the mayor, city council members, planning and urban design folks, and the many other city agencies that have worked so hard and so long on this process. To Kevin Jackson, thank you for making concessions. The 767 project remains out of proportion to the areas it is being placed into. Still, there are meaningful concessions that have occurred. In the townhouse area, there will be a fairly good buffer and tree preservation and good privacy landscaping. In the single-family area, 4.3 acres will be preserved and 11 fewer homes will be built. All of this causes many Hawk Creek residents, including myself, to support a yes vote for conditional zoning, especially in light of the alternatives. I want to deeply thank the intense work of Chris Pelly, the 767 negotiations team, and the 767 working group. This has led to this material supporting a yes vote. I completely understand that there are differences between members of the Hawk Creek community and that we will need to work together to heal this. Though open to new development, virtually no one in Hawk Creek is happy with the 767 project scale. However, I can safely say that most everyone in Hawk Creek would agree that a much better potential outcome has been achieved because of these negotiations. Finally, to city council members, I implore you to change the process by how development occurs in Asheville to improve both process and outcome in our beloved city. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Maggi? Okay. David Moritz? No, is he in the other room? Okay, if he shows up later. Well, Sherry Karen?
Thank you all. Mayor, I just wanted to ask you, you were very good in expressing your concerns at the beginning of this hearing, your concerns about whether the roads can handle the traffic, about the infrastructure and the connectivity to public transportation. And I didn't hear anything, because I had those same concerns, and I didn't hear anything that alleviated my concerns. And I don't think you probably heard anything either. Regarding traffic, I do not live in Hawk Creek. I live in the Redwood Forest neighborhood, which is across Tunnel Road, on the other side of Tunnel Road. And we're a small neighborhood, but we're a cut-through neighborhood because we go from Tunnel Road to Swanano River Road. And the amount of traffic that comes through our neighborhood cutting through, it's not just the amount, but it's the cars who are not connected to our neighborhood and the speeding. And we are working with the city's traffic engineer right now, trying to find ways to calm that traffic. But I'm imagining that Hall Creek has the same issues that we have with speeding traffic, people who do not feel that they're a part of the community. I did want to reflect on the one speaker who talked about the design of this development. My background is in architecture, and where I'm from, I did a lot of work with conservation development. And this is not a conservation development. He is correct when he said this is an engineer's design that was probably done on graph paper. A lot more can be done to make this a good development, good housing, and it needs a lot more work. And I ask that you delay your vote. You do not vote tonight, and please give a chance for this development to evolve into something that everybody can be happy with. And one more comment, cost of community service studies. The young gentleman who talked about your tax base, property tax base, residential property tax.
Thank you.
Costs more to service than what it actually brings in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're up to John Knorr. John, I heard Christina Maggi say she was yielding her time to you, and you are yielding your time. Jocelyn Durrett, yep. I'm sorry. And one more person? And Nina, okay.
Thank you, Nina. I guess. Good evening, my name's John Knorr. I spoke, I'll back up. I live in Hall Creek. I live at the corner of Cisco and New Hall Creek with my family, my 2 young kids. I'm a land use attorney here in Asheville. I represent developers who want to build things. I represent community groups who have concerns. I show up on both sides. I have worked both sides to try and find compromise. And you have seen projects like this come before you only to die a death that led to something less desirable, Charlotte Street, okay? Hawk Creek from the beginning, and when I looked at the original plan, it was just houses on a sheet of paper, and it wasn't reinforcing the goals that you had in your comprehensive plan. It wasn't preserving tree canopy. It wasn't promoting connectivity through sidewalks and greenways. It wasn't looking at, it had more housing. It didn't include affordable housing, and we got that as the last thing today. And so when I looked at that original plan, I joined the working group with Chris and dozens of other individuals who said, hey, we are not opposed to development. We want to welcome new neighbors to Hawk Creek. We want to work with you to find a project that can work for everyone involved. Does that mean everyone's going to be happy? Absolutely not. I respect folks who are in Happy Valley right next door who are sitting there and saying, John, you know what? I see the work that you did and that others did, and I still don't like it. I respect that position. At the same time, I think you have to respect the position of other members of the Hawk Creek community who are saying these other priorities that we put in our comprehensive plan, they matter too. And that the developer has done good work along with the community to try and find a compromise that will bring us the housing we desperately need in Asheville. We need housing at all levels. We need affordable housing. We need housing that will allow folks like probably my family who bought our starter house 10 years ago and are having a hard time envisioning how we're going to move to that next house that has another bedroom that'll fit our needs where we are now. More housing there allows me to move up, allows the house that's smaller that I live in now to become open for those who need a house to move into. That's how the supply and demand of housing works. I also want to point out that when we come to this and folks say, well, we need more time, let's be fair all the way around here. This got proposed last November. It went to P&Z back in March. It has been paused by the developer at his request on 3 different occasions before coming back to this council, and each time we have gotten better. We've gotten changes to the project that have made it a better project overall. This is the result of the community type led conversations that I think you all have been asking developers to engage in and community members to engage in. And I think the other part about this is you have to think about the alternative. I could not agree more with Councilwoman Ullman. The UDO needs to be updated. That is what's going to give the tools that answer a lot of the concerns that you've heard tonight about what else could we do. But where we are right now is either option 5, I wish it was still up on the screen, but that, again, preserves tree canopy, has the connectivity, includes affordability, all of these different priorities, or we have use by right. And what use by right looks like in this context is essentially minimum buffers, no tree canopy preservation, a bridge that will go through the wetlands that many have talked about preserving, and essentially undermine the goals or the improvements that came out of this negotiation. It's not a better option. And ultimately, I understand the pain of change. Where my house is, we had a community meeting on Friday that I was at, and I asked the room to sort of raise their hands and said, do you have to pass my house at New Haw Creek and Cisco in order to get, we're right at the beginning of the cove. So virtually everybody raised their hand to say, I have to pass your house in order to get back on mine. I have 2 young kids, 7 and 5. They play in the front yard. I live with the reality of the traffic and having neighbors. It's the price we pay to be in community with one another. And we're all going to have to give a little. And I'm sure when the first developments came in, the person who was living in my house felt the same way. But I think it comes down to what our priorities are. We need affordability for all the folks who live in Asheville, for the teachers, the firefighters, the police officers, and that starts by building more housing. This is a better project than where it began. I hope it serves as a blueprint for other communities when we have infill development, and I hope that you would vote for it tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Johnny Lloyd.
Sure.
Don't start his time.
No, that's okay. I just basically have 2 questions. I'm sorry. I just basically have 2 questions. And one is, I need a clarification on the 35 townhouses. Are they designated as missing middle housing? And that's a question for the council. They're not? They're not missing middle housing? I heard them referred to as being missing middle housing. So they're not missing middle housing. The 35 townhouses are not missing middle housing.
Unfortunately, this is the public hearing process. So if you just want to go ahead and ask your questions and we'll kind of jot them down.
Well, my question is based on whether they're missing middle housing or not. Because if they're missing middle housing, the city council missing middle housing initiative says there needs to be an effort to make sure new construction is benefiting the community and the existing citizens in the community. And I don't think that this proposal or this project is doing that. But I do need a clarification. If it's not missing middle housing, that my question doesn't matter, I guess.
Thank you. I was Googling townhomes and missing middle housing. So the next person signed up to speak is Scott Adams.
Hello, I'm Scott Adams. I'm here representing Asheville for All. Andy Paul spoke earlier from the same group. We're a housing advocacy organization, and I'm here to speak for the larger city, not Haw Creek. I don't live in Haw Creek, I live in West Asheville, but I'm here to speak for the larger city and the future city, meaning future residents, whether they move here or they're our own kids, centered on this issue of housing. Specifically on that last question, this wasn't even a comment I originally had, but I've also been I'm a land development planner for a local home builder, Compact Cottages, in full disclosure, but I've also been a part of the missing middle housing study since its inception. I'm still basically acting in an advisory role on that, and townhomes are definitionally missing middle housing. The issue right now is that under our R4 zoning, it allows exactly one typology of housing. That's single-family detached housing. Townhomes are single-family housing. They're just attached. So amidst this larger discussion of this specific project, I think it's important to focus on the need for more housing, the need for more diverse types of housing, and really just consider the larger city and the future city. Thank you.
Thank you. The last person signed up to speak is Pam Heck.
This won't take long. I'm just advocating for a little bit more time. It seems like it's either we have this entrance at Sleepy Hollow Drive, which seems to be an unsafe solution in a few different ways. And if we have that, then we get more trees. It seems to be an either-or proposition, which just doesn't seem to make sense. Why can't we have a little bit more confidence in the entrance and the safety, but then also maybe save some more of the trees? I'm also wondering, how does it decided how much of the buffer zone we have and how much of this tree canopy we get to save? Just because I see on that what was up here a minute ago on the plan that I guess you're voting on, seemed like some of the homes had, they got to, they have maybe 30 feet behind them, and then other parts of the development have a huge area of buffer behind them where we're saving some of the trees, and I'm just not sure exactly how that was decided, and I'm not sure if that was decided with any sort of logical thought. And so I'm advocating for just a little more time and attention to both of those issues. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna close the public comment regarding this matter. Council, so you might have questions for staff. You might have questions for the developer. The developer might want to address some of the comments that they heard folks make. Maybe staff does too. So I'm open to how you want to proceed. But let's start with council members. Do you have any questions or comments?
I have a question for the developer. The one thing I'd like to know is
they're listening to you.
Okay, good.
I think they're
Okay.
trying to decide who's got to jump up.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get an idea as to price point for townhomes and price point for the actual single-family homes. If someone could give me an idea.
Thank you, council members. With today's prevailing market rates and what we know with today's building costs, we're projecting the single family to be in the neighborhood of $450 to $550 for each individual home, and then the townhomes would be in the neighborhood of $300 to $350.
So in essence, that easily could be considered affordable housing if you're looking at townhomes in the 300, 350 range, if you basically look at what the prices are in the communities in Buncombe County, Henderson County, or whatever. So that would be considered. And especially, and basically when we talk about the down payment assistance programs that we actually have all around the community, that means that people will actually be able to afford those homes or townhomes in that area, especially with the down payment assistance. So you really will be actually creating a lot of affordable housing depending on those particular numbers. So I greatly appreciate that. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Kevin Jackson.
Sandra, I'll just layer into that's one of the reasons, generally speaking, in the housing environment of the city, that we look to townhomes as a needed growth item, that we need more townhomes in our community generally because they have a more affordable entry.
Exactly.
When I was on the Affordable Housing Committee before this role, we used to monthly report out the project or the houses that were for sale in the MLS that were under $300,000, and we had to stop doing it because there were none. So these price points are interesting. I just wanted to layer in that we desperately need more townhomes in this community for that reason alone.
Exactly.
Council, do you have any
I'd like a clarifying question. Yep. I'm not sure if it's going to be the developer, their legal team, or our legal team, but if someone could, for the sake of the community and myself, explain the process should the entryway that is proposed with number 5 on Happy Valley fail. And I don't need all the explanations about what processes will lead it to fail, but should it fail, what would the developer then be left to do? They would have to come back to us with a different dramatic changed proposal?
I can, Councilmember Turner, I can probably answer that question. So
as with any development, there are certain assumptions that the proposal that council would either approve or deny, if approved, it would be up to the developer and any of his agents to ensure that all those conditions and requirements are fulfilled. So if they're unable to acquire the necessary legal rights to build that road prior to doing any different development, they'd have to come back to this council and seek a rezoning of some type.
Thank you. I'm glad you asked for that clarification because that did get that question from a few folks. Council, any other questions?
I just have a couple, I guess comments, because I kept hearing some concerns, and I just want to at least address the ones I know we can. The idea that the culvert, I think everybody was referring to a possible culvert under the Happy Valley Road that might fail that I was hearing concern about. Is that what I was hearing? So that should already be rated for fire truck access because it can get to your existing homes. And I'm not sure, I don't know how it could be engineered without that because of your existing homes, but I would think that the fire truck is heavier than the dump truck or the tractor. So I don't think that is necessarily an accurate concern, but it should be safe already. One of the big things that I didn't get talked about a lot tonight because it's not in option 5 was the retaining wall. I was in the room with some council members and neighborhood groups and the applicant when that idea of the retaining wall hit the table, and it was 500 feet long, I think, and it had varying heights of 10 to 15 feet tall, and it was going to be parallel with New Haw Creek, and everyone was just kind of like, whew, that is horrible. And this option was the only option, number 5, that didn't have the wall. So just throwing that out there for perspective's sake, because there's a lot of information on this project, but I saw that as a big win. It was one of the reasons I said, let's push a little harder, guys, see if you can get number 5 to work. It's unfortunate I wasn't able to make the Happy Valley meeting last week. I did hear it was well-attended and lively, and I appreciate whoever sent me the video of it. That was helpful. And it is unfortunate that I'm just now hearing and talking with you all a little late in the process, because I did make the assumption early on that the neighborhood association was kind of rallying everyone. And I'll share that I've been reviewing projects in some form as a volunteer in this role for the city for about 10 years. This is the single largest effort I've seen from both an applicant and a neighborhood group come together. This is the most energy, involvement, engagement, changes, everything I've ever seen in my almost decade. And I say that because I really appreciate both the neighborhood getting together so well and the applicant being able to kind of mediate is what it felt like. And I just wanted to make sure you all understood that I think that's a great value. And it's unfortunate that however this lands, not everyone will feel that they were heard, because we obviously have to choose, and you are all in disagreement yourselves. Other things that we could speak to, I think, I think we addressed the fire, the flooding, the traffic. We're speaking to maybe a global issue that could impact future flooding and stuff, but there's not an immediate flooding emergency that this project is going to create that we've seen. I just haven't seen any evidence of that. So, and that's concerning, because what we were saying earlier with the TRC, which stands for Technical Review Process and Committee, is that they go through these types of things. You don't just get to build when it's going to create extreme havoc on a community. I don't see that this leading to a flood. If someone has misunderstood that and can correct me, please do, but I did not hear that in all of the presentations. One of the things too was the loss of the big bridge. I think at one point there was $1 million bridge proposed to bring the housing to the road, and it was my understanding that the removal of that bridge was what allowed them to remove that upper layer of housing that then allowed them to preserve more canopy. In the rooms and conversations I was in, that was the goal. Save the canopy, save the canopy. Can you get away with not doing this bridge? Can you save more land and spare more trees? So that felt like a really good step. I didn't hear much about that tonight, but that was what I felt like it was a win in these somewhat negotiation, mediation type conversations. And I think, we've heard a lot about housing crisis. I chair our housing board locally and regionally. I work every day on housing issues and have for a long time. We are in a desperate need for more housing. And every time a project comes to us, it is really hard. Just from my perspective up here, I empathize with everyone who doesn't want change in their neighborhood, but I'm also hearing how badly we need the housing and how many thousands of units we need. It's almost like every corner of the community is going to have to take a little bit to help us recover more housing. And I just don't see why we can say to East Asheville, that's just not on your shoulders too. It's citywide. We need thousands of housing units. We really do. And I empathize. I feel horrible for the people who feel that they're going to be just so horribly impacted. I hope that the gentleman that was very concise and said, maybe it's not as big deal as it seems, like that tower, I hope that he's right. I hope that if this project is built, that is the result, that we get some new neighbors, maybe some new friends, some kids that can walk to school and use the pool. When we target housing, if you look at our plans, we target housing near these things, near schools, near parks, near pools, near families. It is kind of the goal. And I'll just stop there.
Yeah. Thank you. And if you all could you've done such a great job up until now. And I think we know the people will have to get on the wait list to join the pool. We understand that. So if council members, if you have any other questions or okay, please.
So as of when I walked in, I read every email. If you emailed since we started, I haven't read it. I've had countless phone calls. I've been in neighborhood. I think I speak for all of us. Everybody in this room been putting a lot of time into this project. I appreciate when a speaker comes up and says, I don't envy your job, because it's kind of not great at this time. This is a hard conversation to have. This has been hard for you. This has been hard for our staff. This has been hard for us, and we can do hard things. So I just start with a little bit of gratitude and some reality of we're all thinking a lot about this. So my decision does not come lightly. As I've been listening, and even before I was elected, I have heard crystal clear from our community about our housing concerns. And our nation's housing crisis is partly due to outdated unified development ordinances and zoning that has prioritized single-family homes. And if we keep building in our community to our current zoning standards and UDO standards, it was built in 1997. Okay, so when we're looking at conditional zonings, there's some flawed process and we're working to update them. But if we just always follow the letter to the T of the UDO, we're gonna get 1997 development. That's not okay for me. That's not the community we need. That's not the community you've been part of building or moving into or raising your family in or grew up in. If we continue doing that, we're just gonna sprawl further and further and further into these beautiful mountains that we have. And we are a city, so we need to figure out the hard balance of every project I review. The question is it possible to welcome new residents while balancing environmental protection and community character? That's where I always start. So here's where I'm landing. Particularly, I'm gonna speak to the environmental concerns. Most folks know my day job, I'm a climate advocate. I take this stuff extremely seriously. I have an undergraduate degree from our UNCA in environmental policy. This is something I'm very well versed in. When we're looking at trees, the proposal today preserves significantly more canopy than if it was just use by right, period. That is a win. Second, fire. I've had a lot of concerns in this. I am really grateful to the community members who have brought up fire concerns in this process. I do think that we are not addressing it accurately. I do think we need to look at our climate resiliency plans and have that folded into some of our plan review and our processes, and I'm grateful for the community leadership to identify this. And you gave me the reason to go out on a serious nerd journey and do a tremendous amount of reading and conversations on, well, what do we do? What do you do for fire preservation and protection? Some of the major risks or the risk mitigation methods actually are existing in this plan compared to its current state. Open field, open forest that's unmanaged, highly risky. But when you start having Planned open spaces that are contained in recreation trails, those start creating fuel breaks to prevent spread. When you have road design, the amount of roads in the network actually do create fire breaks as well, as opposed to the open plot. And then just fundamentally in maintaining this intact wetlands, what could otherwise be bridged over would be very risky. So there are some elements of this plan that actually can increase the fire mitigation or fire protection. Let's talk about flooding. Haw Creek is a really unique, special place that you all love and have spoken to. Part of what's really special, especially compared to other valleys in Asheville, is that you have the Blue Ridge Parkway to the east top of the valley. And on the west, you have a ridge which is fully protected by our steep slope ordinance. What does that mean? They're protected. Those ridges are not going to get developed. So fundamentally, the ridges above you are going to remain forested in a place that makes you a lot more resilient to flood and increased water. So there is a safety in your valley that is different than a lot of other places where we have extreme threats of flooding. The last thing around environmental is the connectivity. I understand the bus doesn't go all the way up there. I don't even know if it ever would or should. That's a different conversation we should have. The fact, though, that bit by bit, the way you build a connected infrastructure is mile by mile, year by year, project by project. So even if there is not direct connectivity at this time, getting in sidewalk infrastructure, greenway infrastructure now, imagine what this is going to be in 50 years for your children's children. That's how you build infrastructure, is one project at a time. So this is a significant chunk moving forward, and I think that's a win. So it's for these reasons that I've come to be in support of this project, and I'll be voting for it tonight. I want to also extend an offer. I would love, if folks are interested, to convene groups from the neighborhood. We have a new department or a division called the Community Risk Reduction Division, which is based out of our fire department, looking at resiliency, looking at working with neighborhoods to be safer from fire, flood, all the things. I'd love to pull them together, groups like the Southern Appalachian Controlled Burn Association or the North Carolina Forest Service to explore fire prevention in the valley. There's also a state program for prescribed burn cost share. Another extremely important fire protection method is prescribed burn. So whether that's on your individual properties or collectively in different areas. So that's an offer. If anyone's interested, email me and we can start setting up some meetings to talk about because I hear the fire concern. I see that we don't have a great mechanism right now to have deeper evaluation, and I'd love to join folks to dig into that so we can be better for our community. Thank you for the extended time. I know I don't usually do a big old speech team, but I had a lot to say. Thank you.
Sure. Kim Roney here. I have some notes jotted down. Our community is having hard conversations because we're dealing with really serious issues. And we do need a process that prioritizes multifamily housing and dense development on corridors with the infrastructure to support it. We've been talking, even as recently as our agenda briefing, about displacement protections and prevention of affordable housing. And I'm hopeful that with that, along with the elements of our affordable housing plan and our missing middle housing study, that we can expedite building equitable, affordable housing instead of just more hotels on the corridors that are ready for that kind of dense development. And I want to give credit where credit is due. The public pressure through this process meant that the neighborhood got some really important wins. I especially appreciate the conditions for tree canopy preservation that we confirmed today at 5.65 acres and a commitment to partnership for home ownership. I feel strongly about the serious lingering infrastructure concerns. And I think, honestly, some of y'all's neighborhood concerns could probably be addressed if we were willing to take the time to press pause and work it out. But hearing that we're not going to delay the vote, and if it comes to a vote today, my vote will reflect my commitment to well-planned, reasonable development on transit corridors with supportive infrastructure for a vision for climate and neighborhood resiliency so we can take better care of each other in our mountain home. Thank you.
Thanks. Does anybody else? All right, I guess let me just say, I think for me, a couple of comments I heard about the process, and I would say the majority, conditional zoning is a statutory creation that the North Carolina legislature created. So it's the vehicle now used for applications for any kind of development that doesn't completely adhere to whatever the current zoning is. And zoning is somewhat of a crude tool, and so often there are legitimate reasons to ask for a conditional zoning. But the process that the city has to adhere to follow through with the applicant's right to apply for a conditional rezoning are just as you've experienced. It goes through this process. There are sometimes a required neighborhood meeting, but obviously your community went above and beyond and did a lot more all on your own to create a lot of different meeting opportunities, and the developer didn't have to participate in all of those. Obviously, it would make a lot of sense to do that, which they did. So I feel for the frustration around the limitations on the conditional zoning process, but that is, that is a statutory creature, if you will, and so that can create challenges. I mean, I think it's sort of an existential issue in the United States of America because we like to talk about land rights and people's right to do what they want with their land, and on the other hand, we like to balance what the community needs and limitations on what people do with their land. We're not Texas, we're not California, we're somewhere in between. And so I think in a policymaker position, one of the things you hear is that the affordable housing crisis being experienced in America is due in part to our land use regulations and requirements, such as going through this process. Hopefully, we're finding a right balance, but I know this council is committed to trying to facilitate more affordable housing, and we recognize that there are changes that need to be made to our zoning ordinance to allow opportunities that aren't necessarily as controversial as this one, but in general make it easier for people to build appropriate housing in our city without all of the hurdles that add to all the costs of the process. Unique to this application, what I have experienced over the years is when we see a proposal that's in a neighborhood, whether it's Kenilworth or North Asheville or Beaver Dam or here in Haw Creek, we will sometimes see the community organize around opposing the project. But what I haven't seen is what we saw here, where there was organization around wanting to get to a place that created a better project. And I applaud the community. I know it's not perfect. There's lots of disagreement here, but to have the meetings and put together a list of asks of the developer, changes that people wanted to see with this proposal, such as tree canopy preservation was the #1 item that I saw, connectivity, and other pieces. There were actually 4 things on the list that I was shown in the beginning that needed to be addressed. And through this series of meetings and changes, those 4 issues were addressed. And I feel an obligation to support that process because I think it is so unique, and I think it does set a standard for what we should be seeing more and more of in our community. Now, I think it's a heavy burden on a neighborhood that isn't able to get as organized as you all are. I think that's obviously, you had a lot of people volunteering a lot of time to put into this, and also they come from backgrounds that lend themselves to having expertise in various areas, and we heard a lot about that tonight. So I feel for neighborhoods that need that support, and actually we were talking about there are different organizations that will help neighborhoods with that, and it would be nice to see more of that. So the other factor for me tonight in thinking about this When we have a proposal that's on an urban corridor and it's a dense multifamily housing apartments on an urban corridor, and barely anybody even shows up to speak about it, you'll notice it when you drive by it once it's built, if it gets built, since there's no financing right now. We don't get too many folks that come, and the project's a little bit of a no-brainer because you know, as a policymaker, you want to see dense urban infill on corridors where there are frequent bus routes that are walkable to grocery stores and jobs and things like that. And so those are easy. But the neighborhood infill is much more difficult, and I grapple with how to sort of provide my litmus test for whether it's good or not good. And I was very thankful to Mountain True, and I know Susan Bean was here tonight, for developing a scoring matrix for how to think about infill developments in residential neighborhoods. And I actually called Julie Mayfield, who's also our senator, but works with Mountain True, to talk with her about that. And initially, this project did not score well, and they were not going to support it. But through the changes that were made with the neighborhood's advocacy, we saw that change, and they've now sent us a letter supporting this project because it is scoring according to their matrix in the recommended category. So that's helpful to me to have some way to think about infill development just on the policy side. But it's also critically important to me to hear from all of you and how you're grappling with this. And I wish there was a way to make everybody happy. I also think that to be a council member that votes for a project like this, you have to be brave, because the easiest thing to do is to vote against it. There's really nothing lost if you vote against it. Most of you here tonight probably would be pleased, I suspect. We have gotten lots of emails supporting this project, but I think even people who support the project would say, well, I see that was kind of, risky politically. I get why you wouldn't stick your neck out and vote for something like this. So there's not really a reason that you would vote for this if it was purely political. And as I said to the Happy Valley residents, sometimes people accuse us, there must be something else going on. Why would you support something like this? Why would you side with a developer like this? What's in it for you? Maybe you want the taxes, or maybe you're up to something even worse. And my answer to them was, this council has learned and learned and learned about how to best address a housing crisis. And one of the fundamental things that we have heard is that you have to facilitate housing in your community, in your city. And the number one factor for whether or not you're going to see people experiencing homelessness in your community is housing scarcity. And if you don't believe that, well, I wish you were at the presentation given by the author of Homelessness as a Housing Problem, because it's compelling. And the data doesn't lie. So I commend you for coming here tonight, and I appreciate the comments that you're making. And man, I really wish I could just be a coward and not vote for this, because that would be the easiest thing to do. But I'm not. I'm going to support this tonight. And I'm going to do that because I think it's the right thing to do. I am very skeptical that it will ever be built. And I have stuck my neck out there and voted for things that still aren't coming out of the ground. Fuddruckers is still an old empty lot. And the Charlotte Street corridor is a bunch of leveled houses. We didn't even get to vote on that. And the River Arts District is filled with vacant lots where they're trying to retool the project and retool it because it can't get financed. And so there's bigger problems out there than whether or not this council's gonna vote for something. And it's all contributing to a housing crisis. But that's what it is. So with that, I see you have a motion pulled up.
That being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve the conditional zoning request for the property located at 767 New Hawk Creek Road from residential, single-family, medium density district to residential expansion conditional zone. And I find that the request is reasonable, in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community in that request. One, provides development that maximizes the real estate development to meet the needs of the residential community. And number two, makes streets more walkable and connected, especially where sidewalks and greenways are located at street crossings and where connectivity eliminates the gaps proximate to the greenway.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, just to clarify your motion, there was an additional condition that was just added this evening. It wasn't part of the documents that were posted online. So if you want to include that, I think it would be prudent to mention that the condition regarding affordable housing inclusion is part of your motion or not.
And you
Okay,
just
so
need to
just-
say that. Just say you're including.
Just including the request for affordable housing to
The
be
affordable housing condition.
condition to be added to this
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
This is Maggie, I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So I know Maggie Burleson's going to ask us to raise our hands. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. And those opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public hearing portion of our agenda. We do have general public comment, but I'll take a pause. So if you don't want to stay for that part, we can allow folks to exit. Thank you. Yeah, I know now it's Maggie's like, we're either freezing or now we're all having. Okay. I know. Okay, we are live. We are on camera, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to move into general public comment, and the first person signed up to speak is Jared Wheatley, which can we do 2 minutes each to see if we can power through the end of this?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I've got no
Okay,
concern
thank you
with
for
that.
cooperating with us.
Yeah, also, I think I missed a happy birthday to Maggie, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, and Esther tomorrow, dang.
So you're a Cancer.
All right, happy birthday all around. Thank you for taking the time to provide additional, or listen to additional public comment. I just wanted to say that housing is a human right. It also is a tremendous public benefit. So just housing, in and of itself, the ability to have shelter is a huge benefit. And we know this because this gentleman, Maslow, gave us the hierarchy of needs, which includes shelter, food, and clothing. But in our community, we don't really focus on shelter like or maybe we have an interesting way of signaling the importance of shelter, because the state has one definition for a dwelling, but our UDO has 9 dwelling definitions. And the question is, through that discrimination, the discrimination of the different types of dwelling, are we providing a benefit to our community? Are we concerned if someone lives in a duplex versus a townhome? I personally don't find a tremendous benefit discriminating between those types of dwelling units. And hearing the conversation tonight between the community and council, it was really cool to hear folks learn to shift their lens towards respecting different types of housing and different types of shelter, and having respect for that type of construction as well. And I hope we continue on that path. So that's really all I had to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Stephanie Phillips. And we're doing 2 minutes each for each speaker, please.
Say thank you to everyone who participated this evening. My 3 minutes is always the least of what I take away from when I come here. I appreciate all the comments and your service. Stephanie Phillips, family goes back 4 generations here in Western Carolina. Revitalization, revitalized nation, revitalized planet. There's been a massive development of agriculture farmland over the past half century without much thought about where our food actually comes from. If it continues, one day we will be developed all the way from Bristol, Tennessee to the South Carolina line. Our 4-H clubs and farm families could teach us how many people 20 acres could feed. Now calculate county population. If we both call a moratorium on building development, Madison County could help support the needs of Buncombe County in a national emergency. Consider reinventing the community back into a preservation of agriculture, forestry, Wounded Warriors Hub, and an integrated downtown tourist destination in College Town. Revitalize some buildings for housing our wounded vets and classroom space. Invite colleges from in and out of the state to teach inspiring credit and continuing ed curriculum. Vanderbilt University could teach the rich factual history of the mansion, and UNCA could offer shuttle bus tours over to their campus. Retired teachers could help our veterans pursue their GI Bill. As they heal, they could become campus security, supporting the local law enforcement in the downtown city. Consider posting all applications for development immediately on the website and TV channel, giving more community support to the decision-making process, and everyone deserves a huge round of applause for this evening, really model for the world. NC has some of the best colleges and universities in the country, excelling in academics and athletics, well known in the research triangle. To date, no town invites all to teach complementary rather than competitively. In a national emergency, we'll find out almost every ingredient and the box of a Domino's pizza is trucked in from the midsection of the country. If we grow and feed locally and manage forestry for heat and modest building, renovate existing buildings, we'll be better prepared and can teach this concept. Maryland and Virginia are working on this concept. Together, we could all secure a large portion of the Southeast region and better support the rest of our country, especially our nation's capital and our elders in Florida. Thank you for your consideration. If anyone can help me and my family preserve our land under the historical preservation, I would appreciate that help. I don't like to ask for much for myself, but I'm having trouble getting that done. And applause to all the people that come out tonight and support the community, really.
Thank you.
Very grateful for the opportunity to have been here one-on-one.
Thank you. Jonathan Wainscott?
Hey, it's me again. My name is Jonathan Wainscott, and I just wanted to stick around. And I'm not going to go into our at-large election system. I'm not going to talk about Tourism Development Authority running up demand versus supply or any of my other favorite things. I just wanted to, given the nature of political discourse that is what we know it as today. I just want to thank all of you for the service that you provide. I know it's a thankless job. I know you get some praise here and there, but by and large, I know that people, including myself, are always kind of gunning for you. And I appreciate you being such gracious hosts for this unbelievably fundamental exercise in democracy. I hope it holds up over the years. And I also meant to give a shout out to Maggie, happy birthday. I'm sure that Paul Howell, who's not here, would recognize, of course, she is the glue that holds it all together. Get well, Paul. And of course, it's, what was it, yesterday that you turned 53?
Tomorrow, yes.
Oh, it's tomorrow you turn 53. You're 52 today until midnight,
Almost.
so expect
We
my
stay
call
here much longer.
at midnight. I don't have a number, but maybe you could get that to me. Yeah, last time I issued a happy birthday, I got accused of weird sexist flirting, and I didn't think it was weird or sexist whatsoever. So, I'm not going to flirt with you at all tonight because you've got a husband who's a wrestling coach and some sons that are big on it, and I'm not stupid. But I just wanted you guys to know that for as much as I challenge you, I also, I appreciate you as, lovely human beings. And thank you for enduring what you do, for all things that the community brings out. I know that you listen a lot more than people give you credit for. This is a done deal. Some of it is a done deal, and it's the way that it has to go. Thank you all. I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Robert Robinson.
Hi. I have just a couple of extra things to say. First one is paying $5,000 in property taxes versus one that's paying $109,000. So I'm not exactly sure what the point is there. Last thing that I wanted to say is that increase in property taxes that you're going to be receiving from 767 should it be built is like a 2,000 or I think it's 2,100% increase. We're talking about serious money. So all of that is to say, we're obviously a city that's dealing with some financial stress. And I greatly look forward to future opportunities to increase our tax base in terms of sales tax and property tax, particularly along transit corridors, which is why I'm asking you today, and we'll ask you next time when it comes to vote in favor of changing the conditional rezoning threshold and removing residential parking requirements. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker, Jennifer Cronier, am I saying that right? Has several people yielding time. David Hutchinson, please raise your hand. David. Ayelet Fisher, raise your hand. Yep, you're there. And Adam Sass. Yes, thank you. Okay, so can you do it in 8 minutes? We cut everybody down to 2, so we're trying to do
I can actually do it in 3.
Well,
if that's okay with
that's even
everyone.
sold.
Okay. I'm going to read from something that I wrote. My name is Jennifer, and I'm going to be speaking about anti-Semitism in Asheville. Given the frightening rise in anti-Semitism all over the world, I wanted to figure out how I could make a positive difference in my own community. I decided to ask local businesses a simple question. Is your business a safe space for Jewish people and all people? Many businesses declared that they are, of course, a safe space for Jewish people and all people. Once I published my initial list, many more wanted to be included, totaling over 250 local businesses, which is an incredible declaration of solidarity, and I want to thank them for it. Those that declined to answer or could not answer yes were omitted. And if any of these businesses wish to be removed, all they have to do is ask. This should be a simple question to answer. Is your business safe for Jewish people and all people? It is not a political question. Many other minority groups facing discrimination have asked a similar question to let their community members know where they are welcome. We have seen this over recent years through the Black Lives Matter movement, LGBTQ, Ukraine, and so forth. Everyone should be entitled to advocate on behalf of their own community, and in my case, for the Jewish community. What has ensued since then has been nothing less than a targeted anti-Semitic smear campaign on me by people trying to intimidate and silence me, leaving me with no choice but to defend myself and stand up against anyone that attacked me and expose their hateful, vile rhetoric. They told me it's not possible for me to experience anti-Semitism here in Asheville because in their eyes, I'm white and blonde. These cowards, some anonymous and some not, threatened to put an AK-47 in my face and beat me up if they see me in town. They wrote fake reviews on my business website. They created Reddit threads calling me a pedophile, mentally ill, and many more deranged falsities trying to discredit me. They made fake online accounts pretending to be me. Even one local business publicly offering to help someone threatening me to find my home address. Some other slurs that they called me: a white supremacist, crazy, unhinged, racist, trash, a genocide apologist, a Nazi, disgusting, psychotic, a terrorist, a violent settler, a liar, a bigot, deranged, dumb, manipulative, a fake, ridiculous victim, a pathetic excuse for a Jew, Islamophobic, murderous, nasty, responsible for apartheid, a gross rat, and a baby killer. How can you hate someone this much, someone that you do not know and have never met? I can tell you now that I do know someone who is Jewish, which leads me to the reason that I'm here tonight. If anti-Semitism doesn't exist, then why am I being threatened, attacked, and harassed for publishing a list of safe spaces for Jewish people? We can agree to disagree on political values and opinions, but this is 2024, not 1934. Anti-Semitism is a disease, and violence against Jews occur when it is left to fester, which we have seen recently at the West Asheville Public Library. Jewish people deserve to feel safe in their communities and use their voices to speak out against anti-Semitism. To my attackers, known and not, your intimidation tactics have had the opposite effect on me. I'm more determined than ever to make sure that my voice is heard. I will not be silenced. It is very important that businesses in our community can proudly say that they are welcoming to all people, and that includes Jews. What are you doing to ensure that the Jewish community here in Asheville, North Carolina is safe? Thank you for your attention on this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Buckley. And folks, just remember, we're doing 2 minutes and then, except for the group speakers.
Hello, Council, Mayor, and staff. My name is Monica Buckley. I am a loud and proud Zionist, and I've been subjected to all kinds of hate in Asheville because of this. I'll skip some of this. The hate, the harassment, the threats of violence, the actual physical violence, the obscenities being screamed at me is problematic, but it's not as problematic as the bigger picture. My friend just shared her experience with you, and weirdly, that isn't even the worst part. The worst part is that these people are gleeful about it. They were gleeful as they beat us in the library, laughing. They are not normal. This is not normal behavior. This is some sort of psychosis happening, and it's happening at a very rapid rate here in Asheville. The attackers hide behind masks on their faces, and they hide behind fake social media names and profiles. They attack businesses that state that they're Jew-friendly. Their only tactic is to instill fear in the community. They want to silence us, erase reality, and foist a fictional narrative of events as well as libelous propaganda about us personally. The saddest part is that I have been a progressive activist for social justice my entire life, and now because I won't let them silence my Jewish voice while the globe is under jihadist terror threat, they have painted me and called me a far-right fascist. This fallacy is fine because I don't really care what they think of me, but what is disturbing is the fear they have instilled in our city. Everyone knows that if you disagree with them, they will come for you. They will boycott, slander, harass, commit property damage, and even physical violence. And this is a problem that you as City Council have been made aware of the last time I spoke. I warned you, and I warn you again, that there is a strong terrorist interest in our far left and Marxist community here in Asheville.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed to speak has a few people ceding their time. David Moritz is the speaker. Amy Stevens, can you raise your hand? Thank you. And Jeffrey Stevens. Thank you. And Helen Weinstein. Thank you.
Thank you. I also only need about 3 minutes, but I was attacked by a mob of criminals in the West Asheville Library. I was attending a seminar open to the public as per the library policy. It was hosted by a criminal organization, and 3 of us attended to understand the message they were spreading in our town. The speaker, Idris, it turns out, was literally glorifying terrorism and promoting terrorist activity in Asheville. The group that organized the event is so criminal that in the aftermath of the attack, they released a statement, not of apology, but of victim blame. And instead of cooperating with authorities to catch the perpetrators, they hide them and raise money for them. That's the definition of a criminal organization. But that's not all. This group of people have used their energy to continue to spread lies about us and spread hate in our community, including sending death threats both online and in the mail. This one reads, "Stop harassing others before it's too late," which I received in my house. And that's because I was the one attacked. Talk about victim blaming. Let me start by reading to you some of the statements made by the speaker at the event. He started off by glorifying terrorism, saying that, quote, "Hamas has set out an example for each of us to follow." And that, quote, "They are laying down the blueprints for us to all achieve our humanity." And that, quote, "October 7 confirmed that this is really the vanguard or avant-garde in the world at this time." He also glorified suicide and suicide attacks for a cause, and specifically dehumanized Jews. He said, quote, "It was the creation of Israel that was how the Jewish people became white and began to sever this link between blacks and Jews, trying to erase Jewish involvement in the civil rights movement and twist this as a racial narrative." Finally, he gave a summary of the October 7th attacks to the crowd, and they cheered, woo-hooed, and finger-snapped. How did we get here? We got here by enabling and encouraging this activity, turning a blind eye or just cowering in fear to the bullying. Then everything he taught became a reality when they identified us as Zionists and decided that we were not welcome there in a public library. They, quote, "tried to figure out what to do with us and told us to leave while simultaneously blocking the exit, so it was impossible for us to do so." Finally, the speaker said, quote, "End the Zionist occupation here," to cheers. They then surrounded us and attacked us. Let me read a transcript of part of the attack. Bob, an 80-year-old cancer patient, said, "Help." They said, "Shut up. I'm in Gaza. Woo-hoo." And snapping of fingers. I said, this is while I'm being hit, by the way, "It's a public place. He's an 80-year-old man." They said, "Yeah, F you, get the F out, the effing children in Gaza. We don't care about your effing age. Get the F out. This attack has nothing to do with Gaza. It has nothing to do with children. It has to do with bullying and violence in our town due to ethnicity. It has to do with the bullying and intimidation this group has done for years and are now using a conflict in the Middle East to justify more harm in our community. We need to put a stop to this now. As a start, I would like City Council to condemn this library attack unequivocally, and also condemn anti-Semitism in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Lopez.
Hello, City Council. I am here again to ask you to take up the proposed ceasefire resolution for a vote. Since the last City Council meeting, the Israeli military has killed over 1,400 people in Gaza. Today, the Palestinian death toll stands at 39,645, which is a conservative estimate, as this does not count people trapped under the rubble. This also does not include indirect deaths, like the grandmother who died of a completely treatable UTI for lack of medical care, or the father who died to an infected wound on his foot. This also does not include stolen reproductive futures due to emergency hysterectomies for lack of basic hemorrhage supplies. Since the last City Council meeting, The Lancet published a report seeking to estimate indirect deaths attributable to the conflict, and that estimate, at the conservative estimate, is up to 186,000 if nothing is done. Last week, 2 U.S. surgeons who volunteered in Gaza penned an article in Politico describing their experience. We should be listening and acting when medical professionals who spend their entire careers in various war zones are saying it's the worst humanitarian crisis that they've ever seen. It should also be noted that 500 medical personnel and 79 first responders have been killed. Just 2 days ago, 8 Israeli professors of public health published an op-ed in the newspaper Haaretz entitled "Ceasefire, the Only Way to Prevent a Polio Epidemic Among Gazan and Israeli Babies." Their article states that the response to the threat of the highly infectious polio virus recently detected in sewage in Gaza must be coordinated and comprehensive. And as Israeli public health officials, we call for a ceasefire to stop it spreading. Our world is interconnected and interdependent. The violence we fund in Gaza might feel far away, but these chickens will come home to roost. Polio doesn't care about human-imposed borders. Innovations in the technology of war and surveillance developed in Israel are not contained to this genocide. These innovations are now out in the world for a future conflict. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. David Weinstein. I'm starting to swell like a sausage.
I want to thank you for your time. I know it's late, I know you're hot, and you've been doing this for a long time. And I have been on the board behind you at different boards, so I understand where you're coming from a bit. This should be fairly straightforward. The Trib Papers had an article recently about a local affordable housing landowner here by the name of Terry Simmons. He had 30 rentals that he rented out in this community. And I'm hoping you read this article. If not, I'll be glad to leave it with you. And he's taken them off the market. He said, I'm done. Why is he done? With only 2 minutes, I can't tell you why he's done, but he gave a good example. He said, the city wants this needle exchange program. Terrific, I think it's a great idea. You bring a truck to in front of one of my rental housing, and you give away needles. You don't exchange, you just give them away. And then my kids have to go around with Home Depot buckets and fill up 1-2 buckets of needles that are making a mess of my property. And then if I don't clean it up, the city comes after me. This is easy. Talk to this guy. Find out what you can do to get these 30 back on the rolls. Because for as much as we spend trying to get people to do this, we've chased away a man doing it for 30 years. He spends $125,000 on taxes. He can't get the police to come when someone trashes his unit or ODs on drugs or does whatever because the city is putting its desires for a social cure on the back of a landowner. If you want to do a needle exchange, do it at City Hall. Do it at a hospital. Or require, if you get a needle, you can have a needle. If you want to have a needle without giving me a needle, you got to come downtown. I'm just suggesting, please read it. If you haven't, I'll be glad to share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty Benson? Just getting a little loopy.
Hello, friends. Last time I spoke to you, I was talking about structural violence on state-maintained roads in Asheville. And since then, we've killed another one. Yes, Alex Rosas was hit by a box truck, and the person driving it fled. I say we because 40,000 people are definitely going to die on the roadways in the United States in 2024. These deaths are programmed. They're prescribed by our municipalities and our DOTs, and we must act now. The litmus test for whether automobiles should be allowed on a road is only after it's safely navigable by an 8-year-old and an 80-year-old without an automobile. Is that realistic tomorrow in Asheville? Of course not. But it must be the basis on which we evaluate all of our roadway and streetscape decisions moving forward. This is going to continue to happen. It's built into the system, and we have to change the system in order to change it. Car dependency is awful for public safety. It's bad for public health. To Rob's point, it's bad for the economy. Denser development closer to transit and bikeable and walkable communities produces more tax revenue. And coupled with exclusionary zoning, automobile dependency is the primary facilitator and perpetuator of both socioeconomic and racial segregation geographically since the formal end of redlining. We can fix this, but we have to take a very aggressive stance, and that includes on the Haywood resurfacing project and all of our street projects moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ayla Mayhem? Mayhem?
Hey there. I spoke with you last time about concerns I had. I was seeing things coming. A few days later, it came. I understand the emotion around Gaza. I'm not here to try to convince you one way or the other. I want to talk to you about the radicalization and what that means and what the seeds are. To the woman's point in the back who came up asking for a ceasefire, I want to explain something to you. Hamas regulates everything in Gaza, the death toll numbers, the health ministry, the any news that you're going to be getting is coming through a Hamas filter. It's a fact. It is a fact, and it's an easily researchable fact. The fact that Hamas was glorified here in Asheville at a violent event that occurred with an 80-year-old veteran being beaten is a very strong signal to you that what I am saying to you is true. I want to tell you what Hamas did to friends of my family on October 7th. This is close in to me. We had a man dragged out into the street and burned alive. We had a woman my sister grew up with inside of a safe room with her 3 children while her husband held the door with terrorists shooting outside. When they finally came out, they came out to hundreds of their community members slaughtered on the street. We had a girl whose video went viral in the early days. Her name was Shani. She was a friend's daughter of my sister. They spat on her in Gaza. They celebrated around her dead body when they brought the truck. This is the type of image that they portrayed on a screen at the West Asheville Library, glorifying the men's with the machine guns. This is what is seeding here. Please listen to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, that concludes the public comment portion of our agenda. That concludes our agenda. Unless there's any other questions or comments, we are adjourned. Thank you.